7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to The Morning After on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. The show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Little Jackie Papers is wearing his Blues hat because he is excited about this preseason game on Saturday night.
I think we all are. We'll be on the radio.
Yes.
Right here at 101 ESPN.
Why wouldn't it be?
No, they all are. Well, that's good. That's good. Hockey here and Daddy Likey.
Army
Daddy
talks
Likey
today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Army, the big Army address is today, Doug.
I really enjoy his addresses.
Because he'll tell us whether they're going to finish in third or fourth place.
Yeah.
He just puts it out there.
It's so wonderful. So honest.
I want to go out and ask,
delightful.
Doug, is the Oregon a good spot?
Let's see what we got going on here, Doug. People have already gathered. I mean, a bunch of people have already. That Bridgeton landfill fume huffers in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Martin's going to whine. We could have had 4 more wins instead of Fetty, but do we really want to let Mo get to pat himself on the back for a watered-down wild card? That's what the Bridgeton landfill fume huffer. He's not only directing at you, Martin, about Eric Fetty, but not wanting the Cardinals to get in the playoffs so John Mozeliak could pat himself on the back for the watered-down wild card. That's what they're calling it, the watered-down wild card.
All right, well, a couple of things. Get back to huffing. And then the question would be to the audience out there, did you not want the Cardinals to make the playoffs all year because of the Mozeliak situation, the DeWitt's not spending money? And I think we've heard versions of that where people said, yeah, I didn't want them to get in.
Or I didn't care.
You didn't care. It seemed to be a winning choice. Yeah. But, for example, if you were someone hoping the team would do well, you would look at the Fetty starts. And now you'll look at Palante, who's 2-12 in his last. The Cardinals are 2-12 in his last 14 starts. And he'll start today, Tim, because fingers crossed.
Yep.
That's the plan.
Well, a nice win last night for Michael McGreevy, Doug, and this team is only 4.5 back.
Hello, wild card. I just can't quit you. 4.5 back, Daddy Likey. Very muchy.
Very muchy. I like that.
Right there.
I had a cousin who's not a big sports fan text me last night and said, hey, are we still in the playoff picture? And I just did a Frances. I said, no. And then I thought, I better further explain, because they're not big sports fans. No.
If there just weren't 6 teams ahead of us in the wild card chase, we'd be right there.
Okay.
I like that. That isn't a bad take. For the record, the Diamondbacks, game and a half back. They're mounting a Sunday charge of the Mets, who have now won 2 in a row, but that is just 2 of their last 10, but they've come at the right time. The Cardinals taking the Reds back a step with the loss last night for Cincinnati here in St. Louis. And Doug, my Giants have decided to press eject on their pursuit of the wild card, and the Tam Avenue Capital Partners once again are scrambling to try to find a way to get some cash to my friend from Fox High School, who sets up shop under the Arnold Water Tower for payment on Tuesdays right around 2 o'clock is when you can catch me out there, and then I'll hit that Cracker Barrel.
Like
there's a Cracker Barrel right out there.
Exactly right. Yeah,
Tim just gave Vice a little tip-off.
Yeah,
when to be there.
That's where it's all going down, 2 o'clock. You'll see me pull up, kind of like Mark Wahlberg in the truck in Boogie Nights. Jackson's nodding and then shaking his head. Jackson's nodding, Doug, and then he's shaking his head.
Not the most rewatchable part of that movie.
Well, I mean, right there, you're king-shaming people.
It's just, he had it all. You know, why do you have to switch up on us?
Okay.
He had it all.
Well, I don't
start
spend much
messing
time
around
at
with the
the
wrong
water
people.
We had it all just like Bogey and Bacall? Am I correct on that?
We had it all, just like Bogey and McCall. Yeah, I think you're right there.
Is that Yacht Rock? Is that
I would
Engelbert
say
Humperdinck?
Bertie Higgins.
Bertie Higgins.
Yeah, that's
Humperdinck's brother.
No, I don't believe they're
You guys want a Yacht Rock theme for comeback music?
Sure.
I wouldn't mind that. I mean, Christopher Cross's Sailing, is that number 1?
Ride Like the Wind is underrated because it's...
Yeah, is that about the White Horse?
I don't know, but it visualizes sailing, doesn't it?
Is Kenny Loggins Yacht Rock?
Oh, yeah.
The Pride of McClure, Michael McDonald, Doug?
Yum
I
will
don't
be
know
there.
if that could, I guess maybe it is.
Esteban.
It's kind of a broad category.
Esteban Yan is Yacht Rock?
Yeah, definitely 2003 with Pedro Borbon Jr. Oh, they did some wonderful work.
And they would sweat?
Correct.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, I think we've kind of covered
Was
everything.
Tabaka the same time?
That was 2001 Martin Friday night game. Lance Berkman, Cardinals playing for the National League Central when it mattered. And unfortunately, he made his first appearance and only appearance of the season in a move that I can recall being in the press box on a Friday night with the game tied and Bernie Miklasz sitting in front of us. And he turns around before he even threw the home run pitch and goes, "Jeff Tabaka?" And then, Doug, off it went. And the Astros would win the National League Central. Cardinals would eventually face the world champion Diamondbacks and lose in 5.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on the 2001 NLDS? 314-974-0101 is how you can call in. Was it Bud Smith or Dustin Hermanson who got the Game 4 start?
God, I don't remember.
It was their
that.
underrated series, however.
Great series. We had Kurt Schilling on the program, and he said it's one of his favorite series of his career. Flying under the radar. Kind of like Ray Bork randomly saying from the same year, 5 months earlier, the Blues Avalanche Western Conference Final, one of the best playoff series he was ever a part of. Who knew? It's a 5-game series. I don't know. I can just tell you what these people say. I don't have the answers. Text in 314-399-9646. The text inbox brought to you by Air Comfort Service. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That is coming your way at approximately 10:45 on the Stiefel dossier, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Jackson, we're heading down the stretch now in the month of September, and it's going to be a fun one here down the stretch because some great names are competing. What are the standings as of September 17th, 2025 for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day?
Riot's dad
Yeah.
has 4 wins.
Riot's dad's good.
Midge has a win, or 2 wins on Midge's
Swope's
CV.
live.
Swope has a win. Martin's brother, Bill Grodica? This must have been
Martin's brother.
Martin.
Grammatica.
That's
The
correct.
That's not how it's. This is
kicking
clearly the day I was
Gramaticas.
out.
Oh, Chairman Kurt taking a hit
You know
out of
what?
nowhere.
I'm going to step in. That's how the emailer signed their name that day.
Wow,
fair.
so many things going on.
That's fair, but when I read it, I hear it's
Like there's like 4 bodies under the bus.
it doesn't say Grammatica on the it says Grodica, and so when I know Martin Grammatica, but I don't.
Like, did he injure himself during a celebration after
He
a
did.
game-winning kick?
He made a kick,
No one's
jumped up and
fault.
down, and blew out his knee.
That was his fault. Buck Swope, Grandpa Licks, Dirk 3K, and Misty Pops each have a win apiece.
There it is. Diversified leaderboard. Fun.
Didn't the Cardinals have a player get hurt in a celebration at home plate after a walk-off?
Yeah, Kyle Loesch. He would skip Schumacher.
No, this was nothing involving the anus.
Clip that off. Martin's head just fell.
God, Doug's going blue at 7:08.
Yeah, I know. I mean, my kids are listening right now.
It's not blue. It's just anatomically correct.
Okay, all right.
But there was somebody jumping up and down got hurt. I don't remember who that was. No, well, I'm sorry now that I even brought it up.
I feel like you're right, but yet it's not clicking.
Yeah, I can't recall the name either. Oh, well.
I'm over here reading about Jeff Tabaka. Looks like he never pitched again in the big leagues.
Really,
after
that was it.
That was it.
2001 Cardinals. He did not pitch in 99 or 2000. He was out injured.
Yep.
Glorious return in 01.
And was that his only appearance in
It
2001?
appeared he played in 8 games, so I don't know.
But I think he was like
full.
playing Pepper before the game. But the only time he pitched was that one appearance versus Lance Berkman.
He had
promptly
3 2/3 total innings,
magic.
giving up 3 runs.
He rehabbed for 2 years and came back just in time to give up the game-winning home run.
Poor fella.
Yeah, that could work on you.
Looks like it was Carlos Martinez, placed on IL after injuring ankle celebrating Cardinals home run.
Yeah, that's who it was.
There you go.
That's about right. But that also could have been from a fight
That's the
over at
brand.
Sauget.
That's the brand.
He said he twisted his ankle on the dugout step.
Yeah. Sounds like he tripped over the barbecue pit over in the Penthouse Club. And boy, was that a good burger.
Oh, you had some of those? Did you?
Oh, God. I don't know what was going on. I'd like to interview that guy. What was the secret to your burgers?
Could
at
it be
3
because you
a.m.?
were plastered
I was
and it was
gonna say,
4 in the morning?
It's probably about 98%. honestly.
time and place.
That's about
I wouldn't
the
get the
metrics.
secret sauce.
Yeah, the secret sauce over at the Penthouse Club is choice. Clip that off. Doug, the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat is active, and we love to see it. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. Chairman Kurt is actually the most active person in there. Chairman Kurt, you handle the podcast on the program and you talk it over with the listeners. What are they talking about?
Well, the remote lamp, obviously.
TMA remote lamp.
Everybody knows your birthday's in 10 days.
That's correct, Doug. My birthday's in 10 days.
Oh, that's exciting.
And the remote lamp was asking me what I was planning on getting you for your birthday, and I just what do you get the guy who has it all?
God, lifts.
And the lamp suggested Sappho's.
Oh.
So I'm checking on Amazon, see if they have Sappho's.
Oh, that'd be great.
You can have that delivered right to your home?
I have a Prime membership, so ideally.
Like I'm going to be in a hotel room in Las Vegas with the draperies drawn. There'll be a lot of In-N-Out wrappers, not for fries, for the record. Going to get fries from somewhere else. And just watching the Ryder Cup, maybe with a snifter of booze.
A snifter?
That's all I'm doing. And
So
I'll
if you get-
occasionally make an appearance in the poker room and at the sports book, and then I'm going to walk upstairs, and then I'm going to draw the blinds. No talking.
Why
Phones off.
I assume you're not staying on the first floor, so why must you draw the blinds? There's
sun.
someone across the street.
Yeah,
in
that's
another
Sally
hotel?
Jackson's answer right there.
It's about the sun.
But you don't know which direction
There's
you're
going to be some
facing.
daytime. This is some daytime rotting.
Rotting.
Okay. But is it the fact that you don't like light or you don't like people?
Boy, I guess it's letter C.
Both.
Both of them.
And your
Denzel
wife,
Washington.
your wife is on this trip?
She is.
Okay. Is she bringing a friend?
Her friend will be at the pool. I mean, she understands. I don't even think I'm bringing my golf clubs.
Really?
I think I could get a tea time at Shadow Creek and I'd pass. I want to watch the Ryder Cup and college football. I want to sleep. I want to drink. I want to go to the restaurants we love, and that's all. Phone will be off. Jackson,
Yeah.
if they whack us, we'll tend to it when I get back on Wednesday.
I'll write you.
Yep. We'll just go right to the YouTube channel. That's where we'll set up shop.
Yep.
Fine by me.
We'll draw the blinds.
But we'll draw the blinds for
Send up
that.
housekeeping. Sir, an important message.
Yeah, I
Doesn't
tell him
matter. Tommy Fleetwood's over a 20-footer in his match with Bryson.
There's a Mr. Papers on the line.
Not tending to it now.
No.
The Pope says Tim deserves anything and everything. Is that the real Pope? Does he watch?
No.
All right, fair enough. You are welcome to participate in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat as well. And Michelob Ultra is the sponsor of the Lemmings Open, and that is 2 weeks from Friday. Jackson is putting together a team. I'm putting together a team. There will be cash on the line, and it's taking place at Oak Valley on Friday, October 3rd. And you can sign up at 101ESPN.com as Michelob Ultra presents the Lemmings Open. Usually beautiful weather at that time of year. Great golf course. It's where we had the Dotem earlier in the year. And it includes donut drive-in for breakfast, Lion's Choice for lunch, and small sliders
Oh.
for dinner, and all of your Michelob Ultra. Come on out and enjoy the festivities. Has anybody had small sliders yet? I hear good
I have
things,
not.
but I haven't had a
A lot
chance
of talk
to
about
get
the Smoss.
Smoss, Martin. That's right. Smoss.
Special small sauce.
I want to try it badly. Looking forward to it.
Oh, well, you're going to get to on Friday, October 3rd. So that is the Lemmings Open, and that's presented to you by Michelob Ultra. This program is called The Morning After, and it is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Jackson has the updated Cardinals series wins record because one is on the line here today,
Doesn't
brother.
matter.
22, 22, and 4. How about that? What else could you ask for?
Well, it's a meaningless stat, because it doesn't figure into the standings.
Well, kind of does.
How about that response?
No, kind of doesn't cut it.
I
It's
bet
either
you
a
the
win
Blue
or a
Jays.
loss.
I bet the Blue Jays, the Phillies, have really good series records. I'm just going to go out on a limb and guess that they have a really good series record. So it may be an indicator. Maybe an indicator.
Well, it would be an indicator that you're having a good season, but the number of wins and losses is the only thing that matters, no matter who you get them from.
Are we headed towards a rematch of the Joe Carter World Series?
I wouldn't mind that.
Well, I would say that's probably as good a shot as anything. Philly really look good, don't they?
I mean, even though the Brewers are sitting there with the most wins in the game, theoretically,
Nobody picks
could
them.
flirt with 100 wins. It's unlikely, but they theoretically could flirt with 100 wins. Nobody's picking them, just like you said, Martin. That's right.
Just like everybody pats them on the head. Oh, good job up there, Milwaukee. Nice job.
Broken microphone situation
Wait,
on Mike 1.
no.
We got a broken microphone situation on Mike 1, and I have no idea how that happened.
It was similar to the table collapse on opening day. It just went
I don't know.
flaccid. It just
It did go
dropped.
flaccid. Doug, if there's one guy who can fix things with his hands,
Yeah.
It's not you.
it's probably Doty if he's in the building.
How about the fact Danny Cox was in? I think he lives in town, but it
Yeah.
was the '85 reunion a couple weeks ago. Everybody's talking about Dankinger, and he said, "Yeah, man, it's a call. It happened. Like, he's over it. It's 40 years later." He said, "It also helps. I won a ring in Toronto with the Joe.
yeah.
He was on the Blue Jays." He said, "I went to Pittsburgh." He said, "In the '92, he said we got walked off by the Braves. It was terrible."
He was on the Pirates in '92?
And I didn't realize that. He pitched in, looks like 16 games, but he said, so I end up in Pittsburgh, he goes, and then we lose in brutal fashion to the Braves. He said, I'm thinking, all right, I'll just never win. And then he went to the Blue Jays in '93, the Joe Carter year. Got a
Wow,
ring.
so he got to experience two of the worst beats in postseason history with the Sid Bream. Doug, was that Sid Bream who scored?
Slid in home, yeah.
He wasn't
Yeah.
real fast, was he?
No.
And did that against his former team, the Pirates. And then, of course, Game 6 of the '85 World Series. But then he got to experience one of the signature postseason moments with Joe Carter's walk-off against Mitch Wild Thing Williams.
I don't recall why why Danny Cox and the Cardinals parted ways. Was he just a free agent?
I don't recall, Doug. It was a little bit
Doug, you're the
ago.
one who was covering him.
No, I
he
wouldn't
was
say
here
it
from
at
he
the
was here
time.
from '83
And
to
you're dealing with Earl
'88.
Weaver.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I could see where you're thinking you're cursed as a player. You have the Dankinger, then you have the Sid Bream. Like, oh my God! And then you went on the Joe Carter homer.
If the Cardinals won their remaining games, which means they would finish 84 and 78, would they be in the playoffs? Now, I realize this is like asking if I were 6'4", but just for the purpose of the conversation, would that get you home? Because, Doug, the Mets are sitting at 78 wins, and the hard-charging Diamondbacks are at 77.
Yeah, I would say probably no. Probably no.
So you're saying it's hopeless?
Wow.
No, it's not hopeless. But chances are, if the Mets don't win 6 more games, or they have to win 7 more to knock the Cardinals out. The Diamondbacks might win 8, or the Reds and Giants might. They're probably not going to win all 10. So I'd still say probably no.
And the good news is they probably won't have a winning record. Unless they go 8-2 over the final 10. Therefore, Tim, you will not get the line that you heard last year. Remember, Big Bill
that was really bad.
said, hey, we had a winning record.
That honestly pissed me off. That's the equivalent of we go to bowls around here. Well, so
When
does everybody else. We had a
Big
winning
Bill
season.
said we had a winning record.
Ugh. Did not enjoy that.
I don't think that'll be a concern this year.
I need 3 wins to cover the over on the Cardinals, 76.5. We're already cashing the ticket on the White Sox. Doug, that's a hard-charging club that has their eyes on 60 wins.
Well, they've lost 5 in a row, so they're not that interested in getting 60.
That is correct. Now, it turns out that my battle cry regarding the Major League Baseball postseason is not something that is limited to me. I didn't know this. I think that this guy, at least for younger people, has kind of become one of the prime voices for Major League Baseball. Would you agree with that, Papers, as a 27-year-old representative of the program? Mm-hmm. You would.
Yeah.
Who are the voices of the youngs when it comes to baseball, which I realize from a supply and demand standpoint might not be the greatest idea, but who would be in that category?
Friend of the show, Jared Carrabis.
Yeah. That's a nice play.
John Boy and his crew of people, I would say, are way up there. I think those two. Those two
it.
outlets.
John Boy and Jared Carrabis, who joined us when I fell through the dais at opening day at Busch Stadium, Ballpark Village.
Yeah, there's some guys who do some great interviews on the field on social media outlets on TikTok. It's called the Bat Boys. They're really good.
You like the Bat Boys, Doug?
I don't think I know who they are.
Keith Kachuk hated Josh the Bat Boy, not because of him individually, but because he
Jesus,
felt
what
like
is he, 30?
he thought he was a little too old to be the Bat Boy.
Yeah, they don't do like a podcast. Maybe they do, but
What about Foul Territory? I think they've got do they have a younger following or not necessarily?
that bridges the middle. That young and old both.
That bridges the middle.
Would it play better with the youngs if the guys didn't wear their hats backwards with the fitted caps?
I don't think it would change much, but it couldn't hurt. If they just changed the snapbacks, it'd be a whole different world.
So Major League Baseball gives on-field credentials for TikTok influencers?
Yeah.
Do they?
Probably one of the more
Smart.
wise moves
Yeah.
they've done in the
Probably
last
so. That's where all the
10
rumors
years. Yeah.
Soon they'll get a wild card, too. They'll be in the playoffs. Those kids, the Bat Boys.
Seems like it opens it up for some crazy shenanigans, though. Because aren't they down there to kind of make crazy videos?
They're not like dancing. They're like,
What are they doing?
it's like an interview. You know?
It's just
So
a
you're
straight
saying
interview?
the brand of TikTok, which of course is lonely moms dancing for attention,
There's a corner of that.
is not what these influencers are doing when they get MLB
What are
credentials.
they doing?
Influencer. I mean, like they're like asking questions that are like, who's your favorite? Like if the person is Dominican, who are some of your favorite Dominican artists? What's some of your favorite Dominican food? What's your
Is that when
pregame routine?
after the game they're asking that?
No, and like during BP warm-ups. Yeah. Bat Boys, check them out.
Like, check out Bat
I
Boys
don't
on
want
your
to.
TikTok.
Where do I find the Bat Boys?
TikTok,
Do I have
Instagram.
to sign up to... I've got another 90 days to join TikTok. All right, Bat Boys, TikTok. Okay.
Okay.
So John Boy was talking it over with Aaron Boone, and Aaron Boone essentially laid out how much he views these various, numerous wild cards in his decision making. We'll have that for you coming up here in a matter of moments. Plus, Martin, Eli Drinkwitz has expressed what his belief is on who the Missouri defense will be facing. Doug, do you like this under center?
No, I don't.
For the South Carolina Gamecocks on Saturday night in Columbia, Missouri. It is a blackout, and Jackson Burkett will be in attendance, as will I. And Jackson is sleeping with his...
No. I'm not sleeping with any.
I'm at a hotel. You're with your buddy.
I'm staying at my buddy's house, separate room, solo.
So he's got his own little private crib up there for the two of
Man,
you?
that's nice.
What do you mean private crib?
Like a chateau.
That he only uses for
It's
football
not-
weekends
it's-
with his friends?
He doesn't live at the mall. Like of course it's a private residence.
Huh, very suspicious.
He said
I mean, just last week you had Gareth out in a tent when you were in a private residence. So you
Also
guys...
suspicious.
he ended up sleeping inside. Now, Doug said he had this little private crib as like
Kind of a
it's just-
getaway.
It's an unnecessary word.
Is it Old Hickory?
You like it?
You like it so much you live there? I sent Jackson a clip last night. I was listening to Tiger Talk
Yes,
with
Tiger
Mike
Talk.
Kelly. And I just recorded just a little audio of Tiger Mike and sent it to Jackson.
Yeah. I was at dinner with my parents last night.
Oh, where'd you go?
Llewellyn's and
John, what'd you get?
burger. Yeah.
Nice call.
And a sweet potato fries waffle. And because they're going on a European trip here soon, so they're heading out. And my dad talked for multiple minutes about how much he loves Martin's Mike Kelly.
It's
impression.
so good.
He said he listened to some of the game on the radio, and he said he couldn't help himself but laughing when he heard some of the things. He's like, Mike Kelly's so good, but all I think about is Martin doing it.
And on the Big Ten Network, they say Illinois and Indiana is a college football mock playoff game. Doug, the number on that one, 5.5. Missouri, South Carolina at 11.5. Tigers minus 11.5. ILL getting 5.5 in Bloomington on Saturday night. All of that to come here on your Stiefel dossier. The program is called TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. Oh, Jackson's going with George Washington on the Mount Rushmore right out of the gate for his Yacht Rock theme.
Who doesn't like this song?
Doug, who doesn't like this
I'm
song?
sure there are some.
Who?
Not many.
Name
don't know.
'em.
I don't have any names for you.
I can see Danny Cox not enjoying this since we've been talking about him.
We have a random Danny Cox, Christopher Cross intersection. By the way, Tim, on Clearing the Deck,
Yeah.
which is at 9:03.
Yeah, that's the Stiefel dossier here on TMA 101.
Music related. Do people like the Imagine Dragons? Papers has cooked it
Wow.
up for 9.
What a take.
3.
Well, not take. It's pure curiosity.
Well, it sounds like you've got to take.
No, not at all.
So this is just like...
Like, where are people at? You know?
Can there be a new segment called Pure Curiosity?
Yeah. I'm a curious guy.
Well, what brought this up? Why today? with
Yeah.
Imagine
I
Dragons?
wrote it down there yesterday. I can't remember
I
what.
think it was yesterday.
Oh, well, we were talking about One Republic. And I feel like Imagine Dragons and One Republic are a little similar.
You think if somebody likes One Republic, they like Imagine Dragons?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I have no strong take one way or another.
But then get out of the industry.
Well, I just want to know where people are at.
Well, maybe Matt Holiday will text me back because we're trying to decide what time he will be on tomorrow. And I believe,
Matt the Bat.
I believe Imagine Dragons was his walk-up song. So,
Wow.
he
So
could
you're coming
chime-
after Matt the Bat. Have fun tomorrow, Papes.
Was it Believer? That'd been probably too late for him.
I don't know.
Radioactive?
I
Maybe.
think it was Radioactive.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it in 9:03.
Yeah, that's the Stiefel dossier. It is TMA, the program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. Just open up the YouTube app and you can watch the program and talk it over with Big Blonde Dan, Libby, Jackie, DiCaprio, and now Vinny Barbarino's in there.
Okay. Hello,
and
Vinny.
he says Christopher Cross is the king of Yacht Rock.
Well, I think it could be. There's a lot of guys in that genre.
But is he the king?
I don't know. He'd be the king.
Well, it's just pure curiosity.
Okay.
On the HBO documentary on Yacht Rock, they said that the pride of McClure, Mike McDonald, is the king of Yacht
King
Rock.
of Yacht Rock.
I was kind of surprised by that.
Do you think Christopher Cross, if he was a surprise guest, Papers, would there be a second question issue?
Boy, I think that would put me and Doug to the test.
So who's big
Initials
for him?
C.
It
C.
strikes me as a Troy Gloss 2008 spring training reset moment.
Craig Conroy. No. C.
You guys want to take
C.
a guess on the age of Christopher Cross?
Oh, gosh. Did you say
I have
age?
to recuse myself since I'm on his Wikipedia page.
I'll say
Just now
67.
seeing a picture of him.
Going over.
Older than 67?
Yep. Feel good about it, too.
74.
74.
Yeah, there was an edge in that number. Speaking of which, Riz Stalter and I will be doing the FanDuel Spread Zone following today's program, which will be available for you. Is that on the TMA YouTube channel, Papers? I know it's on the 101 YouTube channel.
Yeah, I mean, it's in a playlist on the TMA channel. It's easily accessible if you subscribe to either.
Okay, God bless. We are 59% against the spread as a podcast. That's
For real.
That's stunning. And our locks are 67%, and our college number is 64% against the spread. I'll be honest with you, I wasn't expecting that. So tip of the cap to the boys on the spread zone. But I want to make this clear, just because we're working together on the FanDuel spread zone, that does not diminish the intensity of the radio wars that we are currently conducting.
No, I wouldn't think it would.
Wow. So that doesn't mean that I like or respect Scott Rizzuto or I like or respect Anthony Stalter. We are at war. Mm-hmm. And there is nothing more important than a radio war, especially when there's two of them going on. We're fighting them on two fronts here, boys.
I bet those breaks are awkward. It gets real quick. Letterman doesn't talk to you, just sits there.
It's brutal. It's brutal. All right, I deep tease this. John Boy interviews Aaron Boone. Is this a weekly thing, Papers? It seems like it is.
Yeah.
Of the Yankees. The Yankees, barring a large surprise, are not going to be winning the American League East. It would have to feature a large collapse by the Blue Jays, who are 5 up on them, and a large winning streak by the Yankees. So it's wild card time for the New York Yankees. They're not particularly happy in New York that their two teams are wild cards. But then again, so many teams are. And Boone was asked by John Boy, who Jackson says, along with Jared Carabas, the two voices of, what would you be, Gen
Z
in Major League Baseball, about the wild card and how he would manage for it, which apparently John Boy, and I didn't even know this, we're on the same page with the dilution of the importance of the regular season by having so many wild cards. Here's Aaron Boone and John Boy.
Majority of teams value the starting pitcher over the venue. If it comes down to it, last game of the season, the top seed is up for grabs. It's going to be a home game, or you're going to go on the road. What do you value there? Like, would you start Fried or Rodon, or would you save them? You know, Girardi very much said, no way I would start. I'm going to save it. I want my starting pitcher more than I want the venue.
Yeah, Michael asked me that yesterday. Yeah, no. As much as obviously you want to be at home, you're not going to throw Max in a game that isn't deciding whether you're in the playoffs or not.
Nice.
For a home field situation.
I just needed that because I'm going to take it to the league when I tell them that no one gives a crap about the 3 wild cards and it's a boring end of season product for the fans. I want more stakes so teams are taking those games. I'm not mad at the managers at all. I just want the league to implement more drama down the stretch.
Why are you mad at me?
I'm not mad. Did you hear you watched my 20-minute video on realignment, I'm sure, and you agree? Everyone agrees. You'd like it. Everyone that is a player likes it because I'm giving you an off day every week.
I like that.
See? NL's off every Monday. AL's off every Thursday. All teams play every weekend.
Doug, we need Ali Marmol on here every week, and we can yell at him, and he can go, why are you mad at me?
Right. The guy seems a little bit obnoxious.
They say that, as Tim said, they talk to him every week. They ask him. They'll get into it with
They
him.
do.
They get into it with
They
him.
do.
They ask, and they're good questions, but they seem to have a good relationship. And I think it's great on Boone's part to do something like that with those guys.
And this was the guy that really exposed the Astros cheating scandal, right?
He is a master lip reader. His videos breakdowns of players yelling at umps or other players are outstanding and have millions of views on YouTube.
Are they actual lip reading? Like, is it verbatim, or does he embellish? Is it for fun?
He's doing pretty good work. And
I mean, is it kind of
he
for
says people
entertainment
come up to him
value?
all the time. Players come up to him all the time, or managers, and be like, "You nailed it! Like that's exactly what I said."
So he is trying to closely portray what they're saying.
Yeah, he takes the video. They have so many different camera angles, and he zooms in really hard. And he does
I didn't
the
know
work.
if he was doing it for comedic effect.
No, he does the work. There are funny videos, but he works hard at it.
Yankees, for the record, a game and a half up on the Astros for the 4 seed. And then you've got the Red Sox only 2 back of the Yankees, and that was why they were discussing it. If you are in a spot where you could put yourself in a highly likely position to win the last game of the season, but you would have to use Fried or Rodon, their 2 top starters, would you use them to win, or would you rest them? Because if you use them, you're not going to be able to use them in that best of 3 wild card. So that is what John Boy's angle was. That is his point. Now, if there was only 1 wild card, as was the case pre-2022, which was a format that I thought was much better, and not the 3 wild cards, obviously you are burning them at that point, and because your season's on the line. But in this case, you're playing for home field advantage, and while, as Boone says, you'd love to be at home, you're not going to jeopardize burning one of your top starters in that spot. So that was the reason for the question, and as it turns out, John Boy hates the 3 wild cards in each league, as do I. So that is the
I feel like
background
Tim
on that.
running through his body.
I love hearing it. It's incredible validation. And as somebody who is small and insecure, I need that stuff in my life. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in, call in as well. 314-974-0101. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the text inbox. Collier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines. And Spicy Sow, which is a tribute to General Tso's chicken and the waffle fries, says, I think Jack is saying he's Gen Z, not John Boy and Jake.
Yes. I feel like I'm missing something here.
So you're Gen Z, but John Boy is not, but he's popular with Gen Z?
Yeah, I'd say he's probably in his mid to late 30s.
And that would be millennial.
I believe so.
Okay.
But his audience, a bigger section of his audience compared to other people who talk baseball would be Gen Z, I would say. Same with Carabas, who I believe is in his mid-30s as well.
Okay, got it. So they may be older, but their audience is younger.
Right.
Got
Bingo, Tim.
Clip that up.
Nice going, Tim.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Tim is right as always. The current MLB playoff format sucks worse than Angel Reese's jumper. That's America in the Central West End. Doug, the WNBA takes a hit right in the middle of the baseball discussion.
I know you don't like the playoff format, but if there were 7 wild card teams, the Cardinals would be in. You wouldn't like that?
Sounds like a talking point for Big Bill.
Yeah, at the postseason press conference.
That's all it would take. Expand from 3 to 7.
I feel like 95% of Gen Z guys are soy boys. That's from the Mississippi Mud Shark.
Fair.
Jackson, Doug's that fair? Mm-hmm. Jackson, what is your response as a representative?
I mean, come on. What are we talking about?
Gen Z born between 97 and 2012, it says here.
That's you, Papers.
How do you pick 97?
I don't know on that.
Something happened in 97 that's changed the way people are raised?
Oh, I ran a really profitable sports book. I guess that's why.
Yeah, and that's why I would have picked 97.
And then you have Missouri, Nebraska, the flea kicker. So those two things.
All right.
Guess what? Renteria walked off the World Series, right?
If you say so, because I don't know the years, Tim.
And that was what, the Packers and the Patriots, Martin? Were you covering that?
Yes.
Well,
in New Orleans. Was
Desmond Howard?
Desmond Howard went nuts.
And he won the Heisman at that Super Bowl, Doug? Is that correct?
Desmond Howard, touchdown, Michigan. Hello, Heisman.
See? That was the call.
Desmond Howard.
Desmond Howard, touchdown, Michigan. Hello, Heisman.
Brett Favre back in his New Orleans area base. We had Andre Bad Moon Rising on that team. What else you want to know?
Well, that was about it. And the current generation is called what? The guys born after 2012? Who are they?
Gen Alpha. Yeah.
Alpha.
Gen
Yeah.
Alpha.
So my sons are Gen Alpha?
I guess, yeah.
Huh. How about that?
Okay.
So what, 97 to what is the cutoff?
2012.
2012.
Yeah.
And now it's Gen Alpha.
Right. That, I believe, is the case.
Okay.
He said 95% of Gen Z is soy boys. I disagree.
What percentage do you think it is?
Oh, man. I don't know. I don't really use that kind of term.
Could it be when you're too close to it, you can't see it?
Maybe. Maybe I'm one of them.
Okay.
Sticks and stones.
Yeah.
Guys, you should watch John Boy's realignment video. It's a great idea. So he was talking about that with Aaron Boone in that clip. In his realignment video, each league, no matter what, there would be a day off. I'd be curious on what his realignment suggestion is.
I'm going to do some research on that.
All right, there's Jaggy Papers. Doug, he's going to do a little research on it. So we'll have that for you coming up, as well as what we have with what is a monster weekend in the St. Louis area for the Fighting Tigers and the Fighting Illini. Doug, both teams, both programs on a collision course for a game in Champaign, Illinois. That'll take place, I guess, is that going to be a Friday night?
I don't know. That
In
they've said
December.
that.
And this is a significant step because if either one were to lose this coming Saturday, those chances would take a significant hit. As a matter of fact, if Illinois were to lose this game, they go from right now 15% to make the college football playoff to 3%. So this is a significant one on a schedule that there certainly is, you like the term runway? Have you heard that in 2025?
I've heard it too much.
In November, the schedule is favorable, but their tests will be coming over the next few weeks. They've got Indiana and Bloomington this week. They've got Fight On and Lincoln Riley and his lack of defense coming to Champaign next week. And then, of course, the Buckeyes the same week that Missouri hosts Alabama. How do you do?
No, I'm fine.
I'm not buying Indiana. Sorry, Joe, if you're listening. I'm not buying Indiana.
Joe Buck.
If he's
Indiana.
listening, if Ackerman's in a break, if he's listening,
No.
I apologize.
My brother Kevin, who's always thanked at the end of the program.
He's EIU?
He
Okay.
was
What
Indiana.
about Kent Benson? If he's
I
listening?
apologize. And Quinn Buckner, the whole crew. Calvert Cheney used to live in town. I apologize. I'm not buying it. I think Illinois is going to get it done.
I catch myself sometimes, and I was making my picks for Spread Zone that I was referencing earlier, getting caught up on a team that I'm either really high on or that I'm really low on, but I haven't watched the other team play. And I feel like that can be, Doug, check this out, a gambler's fallacy.
Oh, is that right?
So honestly, in this case, I haven't seen Indiana play in 2025, so I have no idea what they are. I have seen Illinois play, and it is super impressive. I think Illinois fans would agree that the game was not as much of a blowout at Duke as the score indicates that it was. So
It was, 1 point at halftime, I think.
yeah,
right?
and then they just had some. I mean, hey, listen, if it would have gone against Illinois, I would say the same damn thing. I'm just telling you what it is, and I'm sure Illinois fans agree. They had some good fortune there with where Duke turned the ball over and some self-inflicted wounds. Part of the game, of course. Point being, that score I don't think is indicative of the gap between Duke and Illinois, but I do think Illinois is a really good team. But because Illinois and Indiana aren't brands, similar to how Missouri isn't a brand, South Carolina isn't a brand, I think they can get overlooked even if they're really talented. So this will be a proving ground in both games. Although Missouri's an 11.5-point favorite, so they're in a different spot than Indiana. On the other side of it, I think Texas Tech, certainly not a brand, less so than the other schools I just listed, may have one of the best teams in the country. Matter of fact, Bill Connolly of ESPN has Texas Tech in his SP Plus rating, which isn't based on like his subjective. It's a data point. He has Texas Tech as the #1 team in the country. They're something else, but they're also just random. But they're playing at Utah. It's a strange start time too, because it's in Utah. I think it might be. Is that a big noon game, Martin? I feel like it's a random time for that location.
I don't know.
It's in the morning out in Utah. Anyway, Texas Tech's getting 3.5. But I haven't seen Utah play, and I know some people are really high on Utah, so I don't want to go jumping on Texas Tech when I haven't seen Utah play.
Yeah, that's a 10 a.m. Mountain kickoff.
Wow. Intriguing.
That sucks.
You're mad about it. You're a Utes guy.
The number
Calm
16 and 17 team are playing at 10 a.m. local. 10
Fox?
10 a.m.
It's
is
nice to
like,
get a fresh start in the morning.
like it's a Saturday kids special.
Do you think
10 a.m. start?
you think
like watching a Pixar movie at the theater at 10 a.m.
Pixar movie.
on
Are they
Saturday.
factoring that they don't drink a lot out there? So like they don't care. It's
Maybe,
fine.
maybe, but it's 10 a.m. What are we doing?
They did that with Dion in Colorado
Yeah,
last
I
year. They had
remember that.
I think it might have had a 10 o'clock start.
Yeah, it's just lame.
Jackson is furious.
Although I do like spacing out the great games. Like Saturday of last weekend, you had all the awesome games. I mean, granted, Georgia, Tennessee, and there was a lot of rain delays and stuff for lightning delays.
What about Missouri State and
SMU?
SMU?
It was a
And
barn burner for a little.
it was. Boy, an unfortunate text was sent. I feel badly.
That's all good. But a lot of the awesome games were at night. You know, I don't mind spacing out your marquee matchups, but 10 a.m. is a little much.
But as a TV viewer, it's kind of nice to have a good game on at 10 o'clock in the morning already.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it's a good. That's a good.
Folks out
perspective.
east will see it at noon, Jackson.
For
So
sure.
there. It's all
For
about
sure.
the east.
Mark my words, and mark them real nice like, brother.
Okay.
The 11 o'clock start for Missouri, Alabama, which Jackson and I were furious about when it was announced a few months ago, will get even more attention if Missouri is undefeated, which at this point is likely. It doesn't mean it will happen, but the only thing standing in between that being the case when Roll Tide comes to town is beating South Carolina, an 11.5-point underdog. And I know you love the foliage in Amherst, Doug, but UMass, and they're quite an operation. They lost to Bryant this year, and I don't know if
Tough
that's
club.
a
Tough.
guy or...
Hard Scrabble club.
You guys want to take a guess
Trayvon?
where Bryant
I
is?
think it's in Tennessee. Check this out, Tennessee.
Can we have
Tennessee,
initials of the
Tennessee.
state that it's in?
That feels right.
Tim is incorrect on the
That
Tennessee.
feels
Drop
wrong.
out of that.
Initials, please.
North Carolina?
No.
Are they up
feels
north
wrong.
too? Do they have
It's
foliage?
it's a state with two words.
Ohio.
Words.
Ohio.
South Carolina.
No.
North Carolina.
No.
New
York.
Mexico.
No.
Georgia.
New Jersey.
No.
North Dakota, South Dakota.
New Hampshire.
Rhode Island.
Wow. I would never guess that.
Wow, Doug, when Rhode Island and Massachusetts get together, it's a Jim Dandy. Well, either way, the boys from Rhode Island took UMass's measure.
Yeah.
Point being, it's likely, it doesn't mean that it's a lock, that Missouri is undefeated. And I think there is a chance that Alabama is still sitting on its one loss. I realize they have to host the Georgia Bulldogs, But Georgia was a field goal kick away from not having the equity that they currently have. And then they got Diego Pavia in the rematch. That's in Tuscaloosa before heading to Columbia. And the fact that that'll be an 11 o'clock game, if Missouri is, 5-6-0, and Alabama's sitting there with one loss, and both are probably at that point, one's in the top 10 for sure if Alabama's got one loss, and the other one's lurking there, and that's an 11 o'clock kick, that will get more attention that the SEC did a nice, they just banged them real nice with that. They just got them real, and let us get you. If that were in Tuscaloosa, I guarantee you that's not at 11 o'clock. I guarantee it's not 11 o'clock.
If you live on the West Coast, there's a lot of football games that start at 10 in the morning for you.
Well, they're delighted that USC and Michigan State this weekend will start at, I think it's 11 o'clock in East Lansing.
Yeah, Eastern time.
Yeah.
11 o'clock Eastern.
So the boys from Sparty head out to L.A., in the Coliseum, and you love that neighborhood. You think it's beautiful. You're looking at some
rough.
real estate. And they'll be taking on Fight On at 11 o'clock Michigan State time.
But if you live in California or something, you want to watch some of those games, they might come on at 9 in the morning. Wouldn't that be nice to roll out of bed Saturday morning, start watching college football at 9 in the morning?
It's a little early.
A little early if you're a young tyke. I wasn't getting up at 9 in the morning when I was in my 20s.
Yeah, but those West Coast games, the late night West Coast games, great if you're, enjoying yourself on a Saturday evening.
Yeah, and you're down a few hundred, and you're going, oh, God, I got to bet the over on something while I'm drunk at the bar.
Yeah.
That's how the great gamblers do it.
That's some of the most fun nights of my life.
I just soon see the game early in the morning as sit around and wait for them to start.
Fair enough.
I'm up by 9.
Why
You guys aren't up by 9?
What about game day? Watching game day? You don't like watching game day?
Well, I do, but I'd rather watch a game.
Yeah, me too.
One of the Illini keys against Duke wasn't just receiving the gifts from Duke, but also capitalizing on them. Similar to when Kai receives all of me, gets really vivid. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville.
I'm going to go ahead and suspend him. Recovering alcoholic, for your words, you've been suspended.
Wow.
Suspended a period of 2 days' time, and your name, as we speak, is going into the suspension logule. And didn't want to have to do this. I am hitting you with a 10% tariff.
Oh, no.
Mm-hmm. 10%.
You know he is a sponsor.
It can be increased. Because he's a sponsor, I'll reduce that to 9%.
Look at that.
It's a 9%
10%
tariff.
discount on tariffs.
This guy's got a hard stance.
Recovering alky. I'm just going to write recovering alky.
According to who? Arch? Arch said that to you?
No.
It's one of the great exchanges.
Duke lost to Tulane last week. Got to tell you something, though. I know they're not a household name, Doug, but Tulane, how do you do?
Yeah, roll wave.
I don't know.
Coach is still pissed about the uniforms. I like that.
Yeah.
Right. It's giving them an edge.
Tulane will be put to the test this weekend. They got to deal with Hottie Toddy. Lane Kiffin also bitches about the schedule that Ole Miss gets. He goes, yeah, not a night game, huh? Not this week, but last year he was like, in LSU, let me guess what time they're playing night. Yeah, Doug, there's a little something that goes on.
Drinkwitz mentioned it yesterday. He said,
did he really?
No,
Yeah, I
he
have
said,
the audio.
He said we've got a night game, and he said we don't get too many of these. He goes, a lot less than everybody else gets in our. Something
God
to that.
bless.
He pointed it out that you better make the most of it.
I'm telling you, I assure you he's aware of the 11 o'clock kick with Alabama. That popped up on the radar. It's not a coincidence. Let me hear this.
I think as you elevate your program, we talk about being 1-0 every week and the importance of a nameless, faceless opponent. And last week I think the focus was not to allow our opponent to dictate our preparation or performance, and I thought our guys really responded to that. Our guys understand the significance of playing in the SEC. They understand that the level of competition raises, the importance of all the little things rises. They understand the importance of being 1-0, this week. I don't really think we have to hammer that or say that. I think that's been the enhanced growth of the program over the last 3 years. It's a SEC night game. We've only had 3 since 2021, while others in the league have had way more than that. It's an awesome opportunity for us to take advantage of that. But the reality of it is the separations and the preparation you put in this week, and the most important thing we can control is have Toughness Tuesday, not trying to play on emotions on Saturday.
Toughness Tuesday.
We had a tough Tuesday. Separation, not preparation, or something like that.
3 since 2021 is shocking.
3 conference games at night. Is that what he was saying?
Yeah, I think, and name them. Florida.
I know one of them was Georgia.
Georgia 3 years ago. Florida 2 years ago. Oklahoma last year. I think that's it.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
And
Now-
I respect that he didn't go on and on about it, but just kind of pointed it out.
Because you earn those spots.
Right. Go out
you
and
earn
play
those
well.
spots. If
Yep.
you play well, you get them. But what my contention is, and I feel very strongly about it, is that the SEC will do what it can when it has a blue blood and they're going into an Ole Miss, Missouri level program, which is the second tier at this moment. I don't even think Missouri fans would disagree with that. I'd realize the 10-win thing is significant, but relative to those programs, it would be beneath that with regard to championships, that you got to earn your way in there. But if you're going to one of those second-tier programs and you're a blue blood, they try to get them at the very least during the day, and if not, they'll do the 11 o'clock kick. And that is not a coincidence. It is a friendlier set of circumstances when you have the 11 o'clock kick versus the nighttime. It's kind of what we just saw Florida deal with at LSU. As Scott Van Pelt says, it's the voodoo of the venue. Doug, listen to this again.
Okay.
It's the voodoo of the venue. You got a Saturday night in Baton Rouge, good luck.
Yeah.
You know? So, hey, show out this Saturday. That's why Jackson's going to sleep with his buddy to make sure that he can be down there on Saturday night.
Well, they do still have 3 games to play against ranked opponents where game time has not yet been established. Auburn, Vanderbilt, Texas A&M.
And one of those are a home game.
Yeah, only the A&M. That might be a likely night game.
I'm not
Just
throwing
keep winning.
A&M yet.
Just keep
That's
winning.
right. You keep winning, Martin. You got to earn it. But when you have an opportunity against the big boys, you got to beat the big boys. And
And
South
show
Carolina
up.
would not fall into the category, yeah. And show up. Oh, I imagine it's going to be a pony of an atmosphere.
It's going to be loud. Yeah.
You going to get all lit up on boat drinks?
I'll probably be, in a pretty good spot.
You sure you'll go to the game and not just stay in this little cottage with your friend?
The plan is to go to the game.
Crib.
Okay.
Overlooking the
You'll
Missouri
leave
River?
the crib.
The leaves are starting to turn, Bill. Let's stay in.
Oh, I hope that's never been said
Oh, if I had a nickel
before a Missouri football game.
against UMass, maybe.
Yeah, I'd understand that one. Hey, Brown and Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of this program. I told Terry Crouppen, I'm following your lead on this one, 314-222-2222. That is the phone number, and then brownandcrouppen.com. Brown and Crouppen is part of the St. Louis community, founded in the St. Louis community. After an accident, money can be tight. That is why they offer so much for free. First call, it's free. First consultation with Brown and Crouppen, it's free. Stuck at home or the hospital, they will come to you for free. At Brown and Crouppen, you pay nothing up front. They don't get paid unless you get paid. And when you're a Brown and Crouppen client, all your questions are answered for free. Get the facts from Brown and Crouppen. If you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to brownandcrouppen.com and make sure you let them know you heard about it on TMA. Remember, the choice of lawyer is an important decision. It should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of TMA. We give Jackson grief, but there is only one member of the show who has shared a Columbia hotel room with 3 other dads. That's from Arbor Day.
I had to do that and sleep on the floor one year.
Yeah, there we go.
Look at Arbor Day. I mean, that's to have Arbor Day come to your defense.
Yeah.
That's like Johnny Cochran.
Yeah.
That tells me Vaughn's projecting onto you.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's always projection, you know?
You think that's what this is?
On a daily basis. People are out there
This guy's had
projecting
enough.
themselves onto me, and
That's why
that's
he's
fine.
going to Chicago.
No, I will be that for you. Project onto me, man.
Okay.
Can Jackson and I trade places this weekend? He can go to a wedding with my wife,
No, I've done my duties.
and then I'll act like I'm sleeping while I watch this guy and his girlfriend have sex after the game at their house. It's from Stephen White. Is that what you're doing?
No, but that made my skin crawl. No trades. I've done the wedding. I've listened to the last 2 games on the radio. Shout out to Tiger Mike Kelly. Love him, but I'm watching this one in person. But then after that, it's all on television going forward.
You got tickets, eh?
Working on it.
Oh, wow.
My friend has a good connection there.
Man, it must be nice to be old money. What do you think that's like, Doug?
I don't know. The whole Ledoux thing.
Yeah.
Private cabins.
Only
in Columbia.
something most can dream about.
I can't imagine. Sorry if I missed the beginning of this conversation, but isn't homecoming going to be a 6:30 p.m. start? Dear Lord, that's going to be a long day tailgating. I'll probably miss a damn game. M-I-Z, that's from the 314. The conversation that Eli Drinkwitz was having was about conference games. UMass, while playing a lot of SEC teams, is not an SEC school. But maybe with expansion, they can get there.
When you play those type of opponents, you can just move the game around. Let's play it at noon. All right, well, no, 3, back to 3. No, play it at 6.
That's how the Louisiana game was.
Gabe said Drinkwitz decided they needed to move it up earlier, and he said, I don't know if Louisiana had much to say in response. They just kind of took the deal.
They could have played overnight, find out the results in the morning.
If Mizzou beats South Carolina, perfect and luxurious, Timmy boy, can you please invite me to the college football championship with your front row tickets? That's from Hooterville Regional's chief berating officer. Doug, you've encountered that person.
I don't know. I guess I probably have. I was berating my television against the South Carolina in the Louisiana game. Remember, I asked how am I going to watch this game on TV?
ESPN Plus,
I fought it and fought it and fought it.
Oh, no.
It was on ESPN Plus. I thought I got that. I clicked on it and said, okay, Disney wants $29.95 a month. I'm not giving it to you. Then it said, okay, it's on SEC Plus. Okay, I have that. I clicked on it and said, click OK right here, and the game will come on. I clicked it and said, nothing. Nothing! The game had already started. And then like 20 minutes into the game, it came on. What am I supposed to do with that?
Suck it, Doug.
Stop it, Edmonds. I'm not going to pay Disney $29 a month to watch the game. And the SEC Plus network didn't have it on until the game was like 20 minutes old.
Sounds like you're not a true son.
Shut up, Ravioli Head.
Well, you can imagine how upset I was. Well, I didn't handle it well.
I don't understand. You're subscriber to ESPN, right?
I have ESPN,
Right.
sure.
Yeah,
I have it with my cable.
There are so many damn games. I don't know if there's a game like Missouri State and SMU. I realize it's SMU, but that was on television, albeit from the Gallagher-Iba camera angle.
Oh, really?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, sometimes.
That put me to the test.
The UMass game last year was at an interesting angle.
Well, they were playing at Kirkwood High School.
I know, it was like on the sideline. I was like, what's going on that far sideline?
Yeah, you go to the ESPN app, you open it up, and there's like, damn near every game's on
I saw
there.
them all.
Yeah, but it wouldn't let you.
I clicked on Missouri, and it said, that'll be $29.95, please, for Disney. So I'm not doing that.
Speaking of which, as the worst camera angle, watching any game at Ohio State. You got to watch it from 800 feet away.
Odd.
It's like the Duke of college basketball where you're watching from the ceiling.
Wouldn't you think, since all those games are on TV and so much money's coming in from TV, they'd block out just a few seats, like halfway up the section for one camera, or maybe two cameras, one at a 35-yard line each way.
The best is a big play happens and you see some fan's wrist in the middle of the camera as they put their hands up. I'm like, get out of there. What we do? How is that possible?
I wonder if we'll get to the place where they'll just have drone cameras all the time that can hover lower and kind of stay there the whole game and shoot it that way to get a better angle.
Ah, yes. Olds and streaming. The modern day David and Goliath. That's from the Crestwood Coyote. And you played Native American ball with his father.
I would have invited anyone to come over and show me how to do it. Anyone. I clicked on SEC Plus. Okay, yeah, you're going to get it. Click right here to start the game. Click. Nothing. Nothing. And then 20 minutes in, it popped on. Why, I was fit to be tied.
You were hot, weren't you?
Darn right I was.
Darn right I was.
You probably weren't signed into your ESPN account, Doug Boomer. That's some Ray King, Matty Mock coverage.
I will say the ESPN app can be fickle.
I feel like I log into that thing more often than I do Brazzers.
Yeah. And then it's like, same thing with sometimes the FanDuel app. It's like you sign into your account, but that's only half the battle because then you got to either connect your TV provider or your ESPN Plus. It's like, oh my God, how many things do I have to hit?
I plugged into the provider. Then it gave me a QR code. I did that.
Yeah.
And then it said take a picture of this. I clicked on it. It said invalid code.
Yeah.
You just told me to click on it.
Yeah, I've battled with it too. And it doesn't let you start your game until kickoff. Until they put foot to pigskin, you can't start that game yet.
This was 20 minutes after it started on SEC Plus.
You like that one?
I like foot to pigskin. Saturday's game, by the way, ESPN regular.
Yeah, you won't have to worry about it. You're going to be good.
ESPNU for the UMass game. I'll never find that thing.
I think you can skip that one.
I'll do a reenactment for you on Monday.
Okay.
I mean, you got Oregon going to Happy Valley. You got Roll Tide hosting Georgia, Hottie Toddy, and that little Southern debutante from South Boston who grinds on recruits.
Well, Ryder Cup, right?
Ryder Cup. I mean, forget Cardinals finishing off that winning streak to get into the 6th wild card. You can skip the foliage showdown.
Well, I don't need to look at leaves. I'd rather watch the game.
I love the new Stuff That Bothers Doug segment. It's like having breakfast at the Gatesworth. Stop it, you grump!
Oh.
It's from Arbor Day.
You grump.
I've never seen this side of you, Doug.
I just want to sit down and hit about. I'm good with hitting like 5 buttons now to watch a game. I do not want to hit 18 buttons. I just want the game to come on.
And the damnedest thing is you're working this hard to watch Mizzou play Louisiana Raging Cajuns.
Right.
Ahmad Hardy put on an absolute clinic.
Can you explain to me why the SEC Plus network came on 20 minutes after the game started?
Jackson, explain it to him.
Well,
Technology and stuff.
yeah, it's a technology and stuff situation.
It was click on the game.
I want you to know it's not your fault. I think that it's important to establish that it's not your fault, Doug.
Oh, Chairman
feel
Kurt's
better.
taking a shot at you in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
maybe it is your
It's coming
fault.
from inside the room. I just opened it up. Somebody dragged this old into the 21st century. That's from inside the room.
Wow.
Sure.
He's right there.
It's easy when your cable or whatever you're watching it through works.
He just goes. He's there.
Technology and stuff.
Right. By the way, Papers, your guy, Shane Beamer, says you'll know more today when the official injury report is issued. They
yeah.
pressed him on Tuesday about Lenora Sellers, and he said Wednesday's the day we have to officially file the papers.
Okay. All right. We'll see.
I mean,
He'll probably just list him as probable.
Can I bet that he is just going to be out there on Saturday
I'll bet with you.
before the pregame?
Oh,
and
like
then he won't
warming
play?
up and then, yeah.
That's where I am on this.
I don't think you're allowed to be in uniform if you're not active.
Okay.
Believe that's a rule. Because I think...
Well, my overall premise is the following. You're not going to know until the last possible minute.
For sure.
And by the way, I get it.
Yeah.
Drinkwitz said they're assuming he'll play. They're
Right.
planning, which you probably need to be smart and plan that way.
They got that. I mean, their worst game last year was A&M when, if you recall, Marcel Reed, who just quarterbacked A&M to the win in South Bend, was supposed to be the starter. And who the hell was that guy?
Connor Weigman.
Thank you. Yeah. He wound up starting.
Yeah.
Picked him apart.
Looked like Johnny Unitas.
Your thoughts on Johnny Unitas and Connor Wegman? Text in 314-399-9646. Are you going to join Doug's class action suit against the ESPN app?
I just may file one.
Yeah, 314-399-9646. Would you like to also take a shot at Doug, just like Chairman Kurt is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat? You go to open up that YouTube app, type in TMASTL. The next thing you know, you're in there with Vinny Barbarino, Doggy season ticket holder, Zach Zane, and Doug's hole inspector. They're all in there talking to the TMA remote lamp there. And then you, of course, can email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. That is how you can participate in it. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Email the day. Doug's a client. Martin's a client. I'm a client. It's Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling with the great Seth Goldcamp. Here's your forecast for Saturday in Columbia, Jackson. 82 degrees high, 62 degrees low, 35% chance of precipitation. High today, 91 degrees. We will experience a cool-off. This might be the last time we're in the 90s in 2025. This might be it. Nothing in the forecast of 90s.
That's enough in 90s.
That would kind of stand to reason. All of the highs the rest of the week are in the 80s. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Seth Goldcamp, DesignAirService.com. Longest running sponsor on TMA. Any issues with your HVAC system, Design, Air, Service.com. Support the sponsors. That's the name of the game. Design Air, sponsor of our email of the day and longest running sponsor on TMA. That's Seth Goldcamp and his staff. No upselling. They just get it done and move on. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. The program's TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel.
In the market for a new car, doesn't matter what your situation or your circumstance, the Auto Loan Pro is going to get you into that new vehicle. They'll do it little to no money down, best rates available, and they can do that because Auto Loan Pro works with over 50 different lenders. Making that large purchase with financing can get complicated, especially if there's been a hiccup or two. Auto Loan Pro helps you get back on track. So think about this. You go to autoloanpro.com, pick out the vehicle, and while you're there, you download the free playbook. It's going to help educate you, which will get you the car of your choice, as well as learning how the credit industry works. Two things in one at one website, autoloanpro.com. Our friend Robert Thomas right there on the site does the TV commercial. I think Bob will be back with us soon. Just in time for the hockey season, autoloanpro.com. The only thing you need to know when financing a car is to choose the Pro. So whatever the situation is, don't worry about it. Get online, little to no money down, best rates possible. Anyone can sell you a car, but it takes a pro to do it right. Online at autoloanpro.com.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Cardinals pick up a win last night. Back in action today against the Cincinnati Reds. 12:15 first pitch. Andre Palante on the mound for the Cardinals. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, on that Yacht Rock documentary I was telling you about that was on HBO, they said this is the Mount Rushmore of Yacht Rock songs.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know how you determine that. Fairly subjective.
Yeah, there was a bunch of music writers. Donald Fagen. Martin, you know what band he's with?
Steely Dan.
Nice. He really rejects the term Yacht Rock. They called him for an interview. They played the recording, and he quickly told them to F off and hung up.
Why?
I think the Steely Dan boys were a little banty. I think they were banty back in the 70s.
Probably musically, they feel they're a little further
more advanced.
Yeah, and I think that probably is fair, but you don't want to be a jerk about it.
But it's just putting a title over soft rock, really, is all it is. I think.
Well, it's Jackson's music theme today. And he's doing, I tell you what, he's doing a bang-up job over there.
Thank you. I'm liking this theme.
Okay.
Get you in a good headspace.
I like Yacht Rock. Who doesn't?
You and your boys listen to that?
It depends on the setting. I like stuff like Yacht Rock, like on the golf course. Maybe if you're out.
That's probably why the 7-iron's not going very far.
What do you think? What should I be listening to?
If you would be listening to Come On Feel the Noise by Quiet Riot, that thing's going 180 in the air.
Yeah, I really got to rev myself up. Maybe Imagine Dragons.
Huh. Clearing the deck at 9-3.
That's correct. That's your Stiefel dossier. Got a weird thing going on with the Brewers. Doug, the Cardinals had some problems with them in Milwaukee. Probably should have had a good weekend, but it didn't wind up working out that way. And then the Brewers clinched the division. And then their social media team sent out this video as they were celebrating. Here is Brewers manager and likely National League Manager of the Year, Pat Murphy, following the win that sent them into the postseason and the celebration.
I got a letter today from Uecker, and before we toast, I want to read it. Thanks, Mark. Thought it was fitting. The last time that we celebrated, Uecker was with us. Howdy, boys. Never a doubt you would get this invitation. You did it by believing. Really miss you guys, and I wish I was there. Things are good. The God Almighty picked me to be on his team up here, albeit I'm the third catcher. It's a great league. No day games after night games. No shadows. But you got all the sticky you need to have up here. Told the big guy about you guys. You play hard every night. You're not afraid to play for each other. He's obviously very interested in a group with this uncommon goodness. The fact that you have the best record in baseball, the best road record in baseball, has caught his attention. You don't really need me. I know you guys really don't need me, but I've got to tell you, I'll be on the headset every night watching. And don't forget to take it all in, enjoy it, keep it light, and believe in each other.
Just a bit outside.
So I don't think he's pretending that was actually a letter from Uecker. I think it was pretty clear that it was, don't you think, it's a modern day what Uecker would be saying.
Well, I need to set the stage on this because I'm sure plenty of people in the audience aren't familiar with this. The only reason I was familiar with it is I was scrolling through Instagram looking for Ella Reese updates, and this popped up in my feed, and I thought, wow, Bob, because the way the Milwaukee Brewers social media team portrayed it was that Bob Uecker left a letter for the team before he had passed. And as you hear at the outset, play the beginning again, if you would, Jackie Papers.
I just thought it was a great... I got a letter today from Uecker.
Yeah.
And,
All right, so clearly it's not
before we toast, I want to read it. Thanks, Mark.
from back in the day, right? That was...
Hold on. I think he says...
thought it was fitting. The last time that we celebrated, Uke was with us.
No, never mind. I thought he said he left it with us.
But don't you think when he said, I got a letter today, it's obvious he didn't get a letter?
Well, it was handed to him, if you watch the video, it was handed to him by somebody. And the way that, then certainly the reaction from a large number of people who watched it and why it got so significant amount of response was because it's like Uecker left this before he passed away. And then I'm watching it, and then at one point, Murphy cites the best record on the road, and I go, damn.
Clairvoyant.
Yeah. This Uecker, not only was he incredibly amusing and could tell a story deadpan with the best of them, but, yeah, he's Nostradamus. So that led to people going crazy about it, as in a good way. But then, as it turns out, Martin, as you read from the very beginning, that this was not written by Bob Uecker, and it was something that was a prop of sorts. Pat Murphy was asked about it on WTMJ in Milwaukee.
I just thought it was a great tribute to Bob. You know, like he's been in the forefront of our minds. We see his image all over the stadium and in our locker room, and you know, I thought it was an opportunity to honor him and remind the players that people are watching, and connecting the players to the Brewer history, connecting the players to the city of Milwaukee, because Uke is, you know, a huge connection for us. So
I think the players knew, obviously, it wasn't from Uecker, because he said, I'm up here in heaven, I'm the third catcher. Right? It was obvious. Would he write him a letter from heaven? I think it was misrepresented on social media, reading the letter. If you see that headline, like, wow, that's pretty cool.
The Brewers tweet says, a must watch, and says, Pat Murphy read an emotional letter from Bob Uecker as the Brewers celebrated clinching the postseason.
I have an issue with that. I know
pure nonsense.
No, that I'm saying is the issue. I don't think Pat Murphy was trying to fool anybody.
For sure.
The players in the room get it, that it's not really from Bob Uecker when he says, I'm up here in heaven, guys.
Yeah, it's like fan fiction.
Jackson, will you accept this analogy? It's like when a reporter or columnist writes a story or column, but then is not in charge of the headline. And the headline can frame the story with an intent that the writer may not have had.
100%. Yes.
And it sounds to me like Pat Murphy, in explaining it, doesn't even realize what the backlash is. Like, he's like, hey, I was just trying to pay tribute to Uecker. And everything totally makes sense. What he did and presented to the team made sense. Nobody in that room thought, wow, Uecker wrote this before he died. Nobody thought that. I'm not mad at you. I'm saying in the room, and Pat Murphy, now in explaining it, well, Uecker meant a lot to us. That's all obvious. He doesn't even need to say that.
Right.
I don't think he understands that the blowback was it was misrepresented, not by him.
And it's probably like, what would be the headline? Like, what would be the tweet if they were telling it totally accurate? Like, here's something an intern wrote for us in the mind of Bob Uecker. What is it
is the tweet and social media
for sure.
I don't think he was trying to fool people in the room. Hey, guys, this came FedEx today, you know, from the big guy upstairs. I don't think that was his intention.
Like a letter to Santa?
Yes. I don't think that's what he intended. And then when he explained it, I don't think he understood what the backlash was. So on social media, Jackson's point is a good one. Should it have said, hey, here's a fake letter from you. Not quite the emotion.
Something our promotions director cooked up.
Wow, this is, I guess this ties into it. I didn't even realize this was possible. Guys, I got a letter today from Bob Gibson. And it states how badly Mo has let this organization crash and burn. Thanks. That's from
I don't think it's from Gibby.
Holy crap. I wonder if Dale could send that in.
No.
It's the same idea.
It was
Here's
just
something Bob would have wrote. What? I don't think that's right.
It seemed like probably a fun idea.
Absolutely.
Here's what Uecker would have said to everybody if he was still here.
Right. And if it's presented as that, then it's totally innocent.
In proper context. What Murphy did and how the players took it, laughing, ha, Bob's the third catcher in heaven. I mean,
they were laughing like it was a Uecker line.
Because it was... Well, because they knew that it was.
I think
you think the players thought it was from
He said,
Bob Uecker?
here's a letter from Uecker.
Right.
Yes, I do think the players thought that was from Bob Uecker.
Really?
Yes.
Even when he said, I'm up here in heaven, you think that Bob wrote that before he died?
Right.
I got to tell you, I agree with Jackson on
Do you
this.
think the players thought so?
I do. That was kind of like a humorous, the
way they laughed.
The way they laughed. That's it.
It could have been right up until the time you said you got the best record in baseball.
Yes. Yeah.
The post-road
If you
road
don't say
record.
the road record thing.
So by him putting that in there, he's not trying to fool anybody.
Well.
Yes, he wrote it in January and put that in there, and Murph's like, see, you guys, he really knows his stuff, doesn't he?
No, I'm saying...
If he was trying to fool people, he wouldn't put that in there.
I don't think Murphy wrote it. I don't think Pat Murphy wrote it.
Or who?
Robin Yount?
Probably Molitor.
Who knows?
Molly? It could have been anyone.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
And what a great touching moment for those guys in the room.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to need a poll question, Brewer players.
All right, send it out, Jackson. Gallup poll done.
But this is going to be different. I need you in the Brewers clubhouse. Maybe Calvin could whip up there. Hey, real quick, Peralta, did you think it was real? Okay. Yelich, did you think, I need to know, did the players
You
think
could
it was
have Wilson
real?
text William.
Wilson text one? Yeah.
No, that's not a bad idea.
Or how about the guy who calls in from Milwaukee? He might have an inside scoop.
And Chairman Kerr was not happy to see Doug invite
First
a
time
call from Keith.
Needs something from him.
So for the record, Jackson, you think, and Tim, you agree, you think the players in the room thought it really was from Uecker?
Yes.
I do. That's where I'm.
Wow.
Yeah, I do.
It almost sounded like he was getting emotional, too, reading the letter early on.
That's how the tweet says, the emotional letter from Bob Uecker.
So you think Murph is complicit?
No, for all I know, Murph was handed that piece of paper and hadn't read it until that moment. For all I know. I'm not putting this on Pat Murphy. I'm not putting this on any single person.
Who wrote the Uecker
However,
letter?
I do think that, the tweet made it seem like it was actually written by Bob Uecker, and I think the players thought that, too. Maybe even Murphy.
Did you think the ghost of Stan Musial was running through his body?
And if I was a copy editor, I would have taken out the best road record thing.
But then that really would have been disingenuous.
For sure.
But that, to me, shows that they weren't trying to fake
Then why'd they
you
tweet
out.
it like that?
That was the
Well, the
kicker,
tweet
that it
is
wasn't
different
real.
than the actual letter and the actual reading of the letter.
Until they got to the record, I could have been convinced that he wrote this before he
Same
died.
here.
Agreed.
And so when I was watching it on Sunday, I thought, God, how about this Uecker? He's, clairvoyant. And then he got into the road record. I go, what the hell's going on here?
Hold on.
What the hell's going on? It's just a weird bit. Hey, let's celebrate by reading this fake letter from the dead guy. It's just odd. Almost as odd as how much Martin's defending it. That's from Arbor Day, and Arbor Day now has turned his attention on Martin on the dais. That means I'm next in Arbor Day's crosshairs, and it will not be fun because this Arbor Day, Doug, he writes with a sharp tongue.
But yeah, I already got it. Didn't I earlier from him?
Yeah, but you didn't give him a tariff like you did to the recovering alcoholic,
that's right.
who you reduced 10% because he's a sponsor.
Yeah, it's now down to 8.
I like the idea of Bob Uecker telling the Ward how good the Brewers are on the road. That's just a
I'm
funny.
going to need this shipped out, if you wouldn't mind. But not till they clinch. And hopefully the Cards blow that big lead on Saturday on Fox after Rosenthal knocks over Cameron, then have them read it. Wow, he really knew exactly what was.
Locked in.
All right, here's what you do. When that Riley O'Brien hits a couple of guys, get it over to him stat.
This is an example of why it's possibly the worst thing ever that the boomer generations discovered ChatGPT. That's from Doug's prison wallet.
I don't think there's any boomers involved except Uecker.
So the Brewers are having a remarkable season, and now it's all been undone by a little story time.
I find it interesting that it's unique to baseball that some of the announcers are some of the biggest personalities that the franchise has. You don't really see that in other sports, but certainly the Dodgers had it with Vin Scully. We had it here with Jack Buck.
Mike Shane.
The Brewers have it, with Uecker. And there are a few others where some of the longtime announcers are even bigger and more popular than some of the great players that have gone through the organization.
Can I give my theory?
Sure.
This is Jackson's theory, Doug.
Before every game was on television, because most of these guys are radio announcers, these guys would call the games. They would basically be the voice of the summer. They would fill your living room up, and
It's the everyday factor.
they would be your conduit to every single day.
Yeah, I mean, the
listen to it for 3
NFL is
hours.
every Sunday.
Right.
And you may love that announcer. Merrill Reese in Philly is hugely popular. There's a ton of them, but it's not the everyday soundtrack. Chairman, do we have a Milwaukee insider?
No sign of Keith just yet.
Okay. I heard Chairman say to a caller, "Are you going to get us in trouble?"
Oh, is that what was going on?
I
Chairman?
overheard that.
What was going on?
I'll text you.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Doug, this is an off-air conversation. Hey, Blues Media Day is today, and Doug Armstrong is making his State of the Union address. That is coming up at 10 o'clock. Martin, as you properly assessed, I believe it was 2 years ago, he said, yeah, best case scenario, we're probably third place in the Central Division. And we were live on the air with Balloon Party, and I remember looking at papers who, was blocked in because you loved the Avalanche's chances that year.
Yeah, I was big on Cole Kmet.
See? Cole Kmet, the Bears tight end, who also moonlights as a defenseman.
He made a great catch last week.
Yeah,
for the Avalanche, and we'll see what he has to say because he rarely pulls punches. I'll tell you, there's a lot of optimism. I was kind of surprised by Jeremy Rutherford. I feel like there's more optimism regarding the Blues than JR kind of thought.
Yeah.
You guys, when JR was in, is he?
He is in today at 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock.
So we'll be able to...
I asked Monty this on Monday. I said, kind of embracing the expectations that it seems like there's pretty high expectations for this team. He said, not from what I've read around North America, there aren't. And I said, really? He goes, well, in the summer you got time to read a lot. And he said, locally, yes, but nationally.
Interesting.
He feels nationally, he said, I've seen a lot of things saying we're not making the playoffs. Now, I don't know if he's using that, if that's his drink quotient to kind of get fired up.
I don't think that's
not
the
his
gig
MO,
there.
yeah.
I don't think that's the gig there.
He just said he didn't...
Drinkwitz isn't the, as you know. I mean, Kirby Smart's like the poster boy for the disrespect thing.
Yeah. Alabama, nobody picked us. But he was saying that he read, Jim Montgomery, that a lot of people didn't think the Blues were going to be anything special. So he was saying, okay. He said, locally, I do feel it. He said, locally, I do see there is a buzz around town. So that's interesting. I guess I haven't perused all the hockey outlets that he probably has.
Sure.
He's probably checking out a few more hockey articles than I am. No offense to the hockey community.
Dare I say, Doug, and I don't know, you're welcome to slap me around, whether that be here or elsewhere at a motel.
What?
But here's my wide delta for the Blues that can impact things materially. You want to take a guess who I'm going to say, Jackson?
Half listening.
That's fair.
Question
on the Blues roster, who's going to affect things?
Two players who could be huge for them, but if they don't necessarily develop / evolve into what I think fans' expectations locally may be for them, that might explain why nationally and around North America they're not getting.
Let's write these down. Let's write.
This is my play on it. Anybody want to
talk?
How about Snuggerud?
You've already gotten one. Gotten one. Yes. All right. We're on. Wow. I kind of thought I was out in the
young guys, kind of unproven.
Yes. I mean, if Mayu is, I think, what Armstrong thinks he is, or has the potential to be, and you put him, you may have exactly what you needed. And then Snuggerud, the guy that we got to see locally, and when he wasn't being chased around by, who was that guy with the Jets?
Stanley?
Holy
Logan?
crap.
Did you call
Stanley?
Wow, that was paying 300 to 1 that papers would have rattled that off.
Yeah, I have his
This
face.
guy's Peter Puck this year, Doug.
I have his face on a dartboard.
You wanted a piece of him.
Yeah.
That was such an odd thing. But anyway.
He's 6'7".
He was picking on.
He's like
little
eating
Jimmy
catch these paws
Snuggerud.
over here.
That if those guys, I mean, I'm going, and I think maybe that's what Blues fans are going, yeah, I think that this team's got. So, yeah, locally, the expectations are super high. Maybe that's why JR wasn't necessarily on it. But anyway, Jeremy Rutherford's coming up here. 9 o'clock, Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. That's at 10:45. The program is called TMA, and it is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Home mortgage loans can get complicated, but Together Credit Union here for you through the entire process. As your hometown home loan provider, Together Credit Union has a home loan solution for every buyer out there. Get in on the action whether you're buying your first home, downsizing, sizing up, second mortgage. Together Credit Union has all the options. Fixed rate, adjustable rate, conventional and jumbo loans, all of it, and specialty loans, including the contributor mortgages, community contributors like teachers, firefighters, healthcare, emergency medical professionals, and more. That includes special benefits like low down payments, lower interest rates, no private mortgage insurance requirements. Together Credit Union knows that mortgage loans get complicated, going to help you through the process, and all of it in-house, all of it done here in St. Louis, the underwriting, the servicing, everything right here in town. So remember, Together Credit Union, your hometown home loan provider, especially you community contributors, teachers, firefighters, healthcare, emergency medical professionals. Keep this in mind. Find out more at togethercu.org for full rates, terms, and details. Here's to making St. Louis your home. Together Credit Union, an equal housing lender and federally insured by NCUA.
Doug, what do you think is more of a Yacht Rock song, Toto's Rosanna or Toto's Africa? Go.
Tied for first.
Yeah.
I feel like Africa
But they're catchy songs. It's been, 40 years? People are still playing them, listening to them all the time.
I feel like Africa has gotten more popular with time.
Yeah, would agree.
You guys play that when you're on the golf course?
It could come out.
Yeah.
I could see that.
Who plays it? Sweet Sweet Guy, probably?
He doesn't play much golf.
If they're still playing your songs and liking them 40 some odd years after you came out, then you did something good, right?
Mm-hmm. I couldn't agree more.
Was
Still
Rodney
playing
Dangerfield
TMA
at the beginning of music on the golf course? Did he set that trend?
That's a good question.
Put it in Clearing the Deck, please, if you have a chance.
Add it to Clearing the Deck, Jackson.
Okay.
We'll get to that in 9-4, which is off air.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson here on the ones and twos, and his music theme for September 17th, 2025 on TMA is Yacht Rock. And I think he's done a really nice job so far on the program. Jackson, one of your favorite college football coaches is Dabo Swinney. Is he your Mount Rushmore, George Washington on least favorite coaches?
No.
Brian Kelly?
No.
Shane Beamer.
Shane Beamer. Wow, you're gonna be all drunk there at Pro Field Saturday night yelling at Shane Beamer. No, I'll behave myself. I'll try.
Well, Dabo, I know, is on the Mount Rushmore, though, right?
For sure.
And Doug, he was loaded for bear yesterday as he addressed the media in Clemson, South Carolina. They're not happy with the 1-2 start that included one win over Troy, which they were down 16-0 in before a weather delay, and they came out and were able to come back and win. But they've lost at home to LSU, and they lost at Georgia Tech this past Saturday. They're not happy in Clemson, and Dabo's not happy that they're not happy.
Clemson's tired of winning. They can send me on my way, but I'm going to go somewhere else and coach. I ain't going to the beach. Hell, I'm 55. I got a long way to go. Y'all going to have to deal with me for a while.
Be careful what you ask for, Clemson fans and administration, because we know for certain that it's much harder to replace somebody and try to go in a new direction. So you better give him time to figure it out. And I just think Dabo, with the type of dude he is, he's got a higher calling and conviction. He ain't feeling pressure with this. He's trying to change lives, and he's still doing that regardless of record. And I think that's what sometimes fan bases get frustrated by.
And there's occasionally parts of a fan base, maybe in Clemson's, that thinks change is always the answer. And change is not always the answer. I mean, it's not even close to being the answer sometimes.
Well, even though they lost 2 of 3, they played LSU very tough. They lost 17-10 to LSU. Georgia Tech got them by a field goal, so they're only a couple of possessions away from being 3-0, too.
But they had so much expectations coming into this year. They were reloaded.
They were my national championship pick.
They had high, lofty expectations, and they've lost at home to an LSU team that might turn out to be real good, but they only won by 10 over a Florida team that threw 5 picks in that game. And like Tim said, we're kind of getting worked over by Troy. And then Georgia Tech actually might make a little run for the ACC, but it's not great.
Well, no, it's not great, but it's not that far away either from being 3-0.
Yeah,
you're not
horseshoes and hand grenades.
You're not going to get rid of a coach that's done for Clemson what Dabo Swinney has done.
No, I agree.
Just because of
100% agree.
Close losses here.
Agreed.
His Clemson record is 181 and 49.
Yeah, he's done way too well to be run out of town by any means. But I bet that seat's a little warmer.
Pretty easy schedule the rest of the way, too.
Yeah, they'll get right, but...
Is anybody interested in a bit of a long shot play? Jackson, this is probably going to surprise you.
Clemson to make the college football playoff?
No.
National champion?
Nope. That dainty little southern debutante who grinds on recruits, even though he's from South Boston, they're not going to the playoff.
I wouldn't touch that. I agree.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
I thought that would be considered Colin Cowherdie Takesmith.
No, I mean, that Florida game told me a lot. You're at home, Death Valley. Florida is reeling. I mean, reeling. DJ Lagway can't throw it to the right team.
5 interceptions.
And you only win by 10. I mean, only win by 10 points.
Well, you're spoiled. You're spoiled.
Nice.
We won the game. We just won the game, and you ask about the offense.
They still got to go to Oxford. They host South Carolina. That might be benign by the time that rolls around, or Lenoris gets right this weekend. Jackson, hell, I don't know. They got to go see our friend Diego Pavia in Nashville. They host A&M. They go to Alabama, and they host Arkansas, and they wrap things up at Boomer Sooner.
Yeah, it's a tough schedule.
Godspeed.
It's a tough schedule.
Godspeed with no offense. Blake Baker, former Missouri defensive coordinator, is down there, though, working magic.
Rock solid defense.
And they have things working out in Champaign, Illinois. Huge game this weekend. If they are going to go to the playoff, they most likely have to win this game. As I said earlier in the program, their chances of going to the college football playoff go from 15% to 3% if they are to lose this game. And that is Illinois at Indiana, ILL, 5.5-point underdog, 6:30 p.m. kickoff on NBC and Peacock. Here's what the Big Ten Network is calling a mock college football playoff game.
I want to say it again. I want to say it again. If you're at home sitting on your couch watching this show, stand up. This is Illinois against Indiana. Yes, Illinois against Indiana as effectively a play-in, a mock playoff game. These are two programs, two coaches in Cignetti and Bielema that have built these programs the right way. I think these are two truly complete football teams. Both had successful seasons last year. Both returned of a ton of experience, and both have added key players in the transfer portal to really fill out their rosters. This is a heavyweight clash. What I'm looking for in this game, and this is just going to be a classic Big Ten matchup, it's the ability to run the ball. Indiana has been running all through whoever stands in their way. Bigger test against Illinois. And then with Illinois, I think the one question mark I have is their offensive line. Yeah. Duke was able to get pressure on Altmaier. He adjusted. But, you know, especially to take some pressure off your quarterback, can Illinois run the football, especially on the road? It's going to be a fun matchup, though.
I don't really know what built their program. I mean, Bielema's in his 5th year. Cignetti's in his 2nd and came in, had immediate success. Bielema sort of built it up. I'm not sure that's a comp, is what I'm saying.
That was Jake Butt.
Excuse me?
That was the
Don't
name.
ever use that kind of language here
Sounds like
again.
a text inbox.
But I really like what I like about Jake Butt is his Twitter @is JBooty88.
How's he spell that last name?
B-U-T-T.
Oh,
Is he a Michigan guy?
Yes.
I think he's a big Harbaugh guy.
Yes.
He's done some stuff with
He
Harbaugh.
does color commentary for
And Cignetti, to his credit, came in and had success immediately.
Yeah,
Bielema kind of built this thing.
And has been at other marquee programs, or more marquee.
I did hear Bielema say that he and Siggs are buddies. He said, I've really gotten to know him. I like him. We hang out at the Big Ten
Bielema
meetings.
seems like a really likable sort.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He does.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I like it when the teams that have historically been weak are now, relevant, good teams, like Vanderbilt.
Mm-hmm.
And Iowa State is a good team now. Northwestern even had a couple of years. I mean, they were, for years and years, they were just a doormat. And then they had a few years where they're pretty good.
Thanks, Steve Schnur.
Don't you want Vandy to win every game except Mizzou?
Kind of, yeah.
Kind of fun. What are those smart kids? What are those smart kids going to do in life, huh? Those Vandy kids.
Well, I don't know that those are the doctors and the lawyers playing football for them, but the idea is there. And Indiana's
Diego Pavia is going to use that as bulletin board material.
Yeah. I've got a letter here from Bob Uecker that says Vandy's going to win it all.
Well, Doug, you'd be delighted by Bill Connolly of ESPN's current SP Plus rankings if based solely on what teams have done so far in 2025. I said it earlier in the program. This is now a comprehension test. Who does Bill Connolly have as the #1 team in the country if based solely on 2025? And this is using a metric. This is not his opinion.
You said Texas Tech.
That is correct. Okay. Texas Tech. You want to try and get 2 in a row?
Oh, gosh. Oh, God.
It's like, who wants to be a millionaire? Do you want to risk it? I mean, you've only won $100, but now you'd win $10,000 if you get this right. I mean, you might
okay. How about Ohio State?
No.
No, that was pretty stupid of me. I know.
Well, I mean, they're not in the top 15.
Ohio State didn't make the top 15.
I have no idea how that's possible, by the way.
Okay.
Okay, the guy who has Texas Tech as his #1, so, Doug, you really have to think outside.
Okay, how about Vanderbilt?
No, they're not in the top 15.
No, that was stupid of me.
Oregon.
I picked them to win.
I need time away.
I don't really know why.
Can I have initials, please?
Oh.
Oh, that would be Oshawa? Where do they play?
Texas.
Oregon?
Yes.
Oh, see, that was easy. Okay.
Then Penn State. I think I could give you 10 guesses, and you wouldn't get 4.
Okay, first letter, please.
B.
B. Baldwin.
Bryant.
They did beat UMass.
I know. Coming down, the Bulldogs.
B. Burrows? No.
John Burrows.
Oh, we're talking college. That's right. Bryn Mawr.
Smith was with the Cardinals. Was that 91?
He had a perfect game, but it was only 5 innings.
Rod Brindamore. He made my hottest coaches list.
Was it 1990 that Bryn Smith
know the
was?
years, Tim. Let's get past that. I don't know the years. B. You said, I think the letter you said was B.
Yep.
Baylor?
Nope.
No.
Baylor, of course, lost at home to Wobwood.
Okay, BYU.
BYU, yes.
Is that it?
BYU number 4 and the Michigan Wolverines. And then Hale State and Stingray are 5th and the Michigan Wolverines. And then Hale State and Stingray are 15. No Ohio State, no Texas, no Roll Tide.
Okay.
Nebraska's getting 2.5 at home.
Yeah. Oh, sounds like Paper's about to make a play.
Interesting.
What is he basing
Stinky,
this
honestly.
on?
SP Plus.
And what's SP Plus?
His rankings.
Sunscreen.
He's doing this
I use
based on
50.
sunscreen ratings?
Doug, do you like a
The
program?
palest team.
A program that was once prominent and then gets knocked backwards and then rises back. Like, do you want Nebraska to? Do you feel better if they're good at football, or do you want to keep them down?
No, I'd feel better if they're good.
Okay.
I don't mind the tradition. I like that too. I just like to see the teams that were doormats for decades rise up and have their
For
day.
sure.
Well, then you must enjoy Beau Pribula and Ahmad Hardy sitting in the front row of the Downtown Athletic Club in Manhattan on the second Saturday of December, fighting it out for the Heisman Trophy this coming to.
Who's more likely between the two of them to get it?
I would guess the quarterback. However, each of the last, is it 4 decades? When the year ends with 5, a running back has won the Heisman Trophy.
Okay.
Reggie Bush, 05.
Nice. Who
15
was it?
Henry?
15? Nice.
No, was
nice.
it?
Heater.
And then Hardy. There you go. Beau Pribula was on SportsCenter last night.
95 Eddie George?
Sounds right. 94, 95. That could be it.
Archie Griffin?
75?
75?
Probably. Yeah.
And who was 85?
O.J. Simpson, 65?
Ooh.
Well, who would have been 85?
Tony Dorsett?
Bo Jackson-ish.
It was Dorsett. No, it had to be Bo Jackson. Bo Jackson. So that is accurate?
Okay.
We named him?
Wow.
God, I didn't know we knew stuff.
We made it up, and then we gave ourselves credit for getting it right.
Beau Pribula was on SportsCenter last night
about
on
that?
ESPN. So
Papers, you got
the
that?
campaign has begun.
I thought you had Beau Pribula. I apologize.
I do. It is his press conference.
Got it.
I'm just saying, in terms of national hype, that helps.
You know the last running back to win Heisman?
Oh, can we have initials, please?
You already said his name.
Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was easy. Since we just mentioned him. 85 was Bo Jackson. 95 was Eddie George.
Guys, check out Gamecock Will's most recent tweet. Doug, have you seen Gamecock Will's
Yeah, it's the first thing I do when I wake up on a Wednesday morning. What's Gamecock Will got to say?
I don't know. I don't know who he is.
Well, why should I check it out then? Now I got to go find him?
Check out Gamecock Will 69's last tweet. Anybody
I don't
who
like to
uses
be
that.
told what to do.
Boy, going back to 1955, this thing is right with the running back. Yeah.
55?
Howard Cassidy, of course, from Ohio State.
Hop along, Cassidy, to you and me.
Yeah.
65?
65?
Was that Orenthal?
How about John David Crow?
No, but there was another USC halfback, Tim.
USC.
Mike
O.J.
Garrett.
Simpson.
Mike Garrett is correct.
Oh,
nice.
Simpson was a little
Future
later.
AD of
Simpson was 68.
Okay.
And then you were cranking them out.
Who'd you say? Who am I supposed to check out? Gamecock 5? Who? I'm looking at the tweet. He's got me looking for the tweet.
Gamecock 5.
Does he have
Is that what
information
you
about
said?
Lenoris?
Gamecock Will 69.
Gamecock Will.
Do we have Lenoris?
Martin Doug is all over.
Okay.
Is
Oh,
this
that's
just a
General
burner?
Will.
I think I found it.
Oh.
What do we got?
It's got one of those little siren emojis, and it says, "Shocking new video shows entire Missouri football team led by Eli Drinkwitz partaking in the puppy walk. This cannot be a good look." And it's a bunch of guys walking through the streets with puppy dog masks on.
But this is just a South Carolina burner.
Like a Gamecock nationalist?
Gamecock nationalist?
It's yeah.
When I look at Gamecock Will, the last tweet was in 2010.
No,
That's a pin. No.
You
got to scroll a little
his
bit.
banner, his Twitter banner is the 12 disciples of the Last Supper, and it's Shane Beamer as Jesus Christ.
Okay, here he is.
Doug, sometimes the college football
He's
fans get a
forklift
little...
certified, too.
Now I got to. Oh, this is General. I'm done looking up tweets. I'm finished.
What was his name? Will?
Gamecock Will, and then because he's legitimate, it's Gamecock Will, not just Gamecock Will 69.
Okay.
Does he have an SP
Why would
plus
that
ranking?
stop the show? We just quit what we were talking about to go look up a random tweet that I can't find.
George Rogers won the Heisman. Was that 80?
South Carolina.
Yeah.
What about in years ending in 0? Or those running backs?
So in 80, we have a running back. In 1990, no. You guys know one in 1990?
I do.
Initials, please.
No, hold on.
Is that a school that we've mentioned before?
Oh, well, that could be almost every school.
Yeah, but they were high up
Bryant?
in this SP ranking.
it was
not
BYU.
Bryant. Yes, it was BYU.
It was not Mark Detmer, but Mark
Detmer?
Wilson.
Ty Detmer.
Ty Detmer. That
He was hanging out at the Sigma Chi house in Columbia one night, vomiting in one of our stalls.
Why was he doing that?
I don't know. I guess he was just having some libations.
Yeah. And then he was in camp with Brett Favre and Mark Brunell and Kurt Warner.
Take Doug's phone and computer away. We need a technology intervention. That's from Steven time.
I think we do.
Doug, it's not a tweet. That's from Eric in the Central West End.
What do you mean it's not a tweet?
He's like really like gets all up in arms when you call it Twitter. Daddy Elon.
But even when you post something on,
Call him Daddy Elon?
I don't.
When you post something on X, you're still tweeting, right?
I guess now it's posting.
Well, I don't care for that.
Check your text messages, Doug.
Don't tell me what to check,
Please.
This General Will video claiming Mizzou's in a puppy walk, which I'm not even really sure what this is. 376,000 views. It just went up. I think the TMA audience is all over this.
Yeah, I guess they're following General Will.
All the paisans are going to be jumping with joy.
That doesn't look like Columbia, Missouri, though, does it?
I was picking up like European vibes.
Yeah, me too.
I'm not buying what's some
making this
burner
up.
Twitter account.
And even who cares?
Why did this take over the show?
You're the one pursuing it.
Yeah, you looked
It's
it
a
up
fake video.
on the site formerly known as Twitter.
That's not Columbia. There's no leaves on the trees.
See, you're obsessed with this foliage thing in UMass.
Well,
we got to
know
focus
that
on South Carolina first.
In September in Columbia, Missouri, you got leaves on trees.
I don't think raw sewage.
that shirt, you hear?
What is a dog walk?
Get Gamecock Will or the person in Peru who runs this bot account on the show this week to preview the game. That's from Al in Dadeville, and he is frustrated with the coverage. But he's locked in on Georgia, heading to Tuscaloosa.
Okay.
Jeremy Rutherford is going to join us coming up. The program is called TMA. It airs on 101 ESPN. CMA 101 ESPN, Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, sponsor of our 9 o'clock hour here on the program. And he's also sponsor of our in-studio guest every Wednesday, the great Jeremy Rutherford. Morning, JR.
Morning,
JR.
Question for you guys. So he's got a notepad today.
He does. He brought a notepad to handle the two-part questions, which you can text in at 314-399-9646. He's en route to the Blues Media Day, which gets going at 10 o'clock with Doug Armstrong's State of the Union address. What question do you have for us?
Well, I have a question for you guys. You know how when there's a car accident, you decide who's responsible? So I drove off the road today, so I might be the one who's responsible. But Jackson was the one who blurted out Stanley and knew the guy for the Winnipeg. So whose fault? He said it.
You were so stunned by hearing that Jackson knew the name of the bully who pushed around little Jimmy Snuggerud in the playoffs, and he named Logan Stanley, that you drove off the road in Jefferson County?
Yes, I was on the way here.
Wow.
Just shy of 141 and 55.
My goodness.
There's some,
So if you drive off the road in Jefferson County, does anyone notice? I mean, no, I'm just saying. I mean, stuff happens.
I did see a couch on the shoulder one time. I was going to take a picture and make that the cover of the coffee table book one day.
Is that just something that falls out of the back of a pickup and they don't bother to go back and pick it up?
I think they just don't have the gas to get to the dump, so they say, hey, there's a shoulder. Might as well just push it off the back of the truck there.
Have you started the book? have we made progress on this book?
It's all in my head, Marty.
Okay. 100 Things to Do in Jefferson County Before You Die.
Kind of like the idea. I'd invest. I think it is a lovely coffee table book. JR takes two-part questions here on the program, 314-399-9646. You clearly were listening when papers busted out the Logan Stanley 300-1 play on that. I don't know, I gather you may have heard me say my two players that I think are the reason for the delta on the Blues and maybe the perception locally versus nationally. Would you agree, though, that locally fans have, I don't want to say super high because I'm coloring the question, but high expectations, and they may be higher than what the expectations are around the league for the team?
Yeah, I don't know that that's any different than any other year. Locally, it's usually the expectations are pretty high. And I think with Jim Montgomery coming back for his first full year, and then with some additions that they've made, the expectations pretty high. Snuggerud coming in, can he score 30-plus goals? So, and then nationally, I mentioned this the other day on BK and Ferrario. I think Dom's going to come out with his prediction here in a couple weeks for the Blues, and he told me the other night at the athletic meeting that he's got him at about 91.5, and that's right there on the verge of missing or barely making
that's the sweet spot.
Yeah, kind of sweet spot. So I think that nationally probably not as high on the Blues as we are locally, and I feel like I've said a few times in the past couple weeks when I've been asked that question is that I think they're a wild card team who can contend for third place in the Central. Now, can they win the division? Can they finish second in the division? They can, but I don't think at this point in September you go into camp saying that they're definitely better than Colorado, Dallas, or even Winnipeg at this point until they show it.
We've had a few people texting in that one of the reasons they think that there is so much anticipation for the Blues and therefore expectation is because if you are not a Missouri football fan, Chiefs football fan, Illinois football fan, you haven't really had anything to emotionally invest in because the Cardinals have been what they've been.
It's 100% correct. And Tim, I hear that exact thing everywhere I go in St. Louis. We'll go back to Jeffco this morning. Went in there to get my energy drink, and give Sherry a shout out.
Sherry, Doug.
Sherry at On the Run said, I'm ready for something different. Please bring on this Blues season. And
that could have been an invite into her chambers.
Already been to the chambers, but no.
Wow.
Oh, my
For you. Sporting out there, Doug. You might start looking at real estate.
Knock that off the things to do in Jefferson County. That's one less thing to do.
That was number 14, yeah. So, heard that a lot so far this early season.
I think expectations are high also because Winnipeg was a really good team last year, and it felt like the Blues were better than them in the playoffs, had them beat, let it go. And had they won that series, who knows how far they would have gone. There's some of that thinking. So I think a lot of Blues fans think maybe they were a better team than how it all ended last year.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. I mean, if somebody's listening and they say, wait a minute, you just said that they might not be as good as Winnipeg when they could have beat them last year in the playoffs. Very fair. All I'm saying is you got to recreate that. Everything starts over, including for Winnipeg, but also for the Blues. You got some new players coming in. Where do they fit in? And also, the players on the Blues that are aging, can they still bring it this year like they did in the second half of last year? So fair question, but I think if you look at everything on a whole, the Blues still have to prove that.
What are Sherry's hours?
Yeah, Doug wants to see Sherry as well.
Like every day?
Was her grandma Miss Sherry?
Oh, yeah, that cafeteria.
Yeah, get like tapioca and stuff.
Yeah, delicious
So
tapioca.
the one over there by Ted Drew's, right?
There was, and now it's a bread company.
I grew up with my grandparents, and they came into some money in their later years, inherited some money from a sister that passed, and I think they went to Miss Sherry's about 3 times a day.
Oh, really?
After that happened, so I'd tag along.
That's where money people in South City go.
All right, lots of questions coming in, JR. Boy, the people respond when you come in.
I got my notepad here.
Here we go. Let's see.
Zezel.
Yeah, there's some Peter Zezel resets. Let's see. JR, first, how important is a strong season from Oscar Sundquist to the success of the team this year? Second, any truth to the rumor that Dalibor Dvorsky purchased a palatial split-level ranch home in Overland just behind the Woofie's hot dog stand? That's from Manupol eligible. I don't know if you can comment on the location of the players'
I can't say
residencies.
where that split
Sharon and
level's at.
Clayton kind of handles that for us. But, what do you got on Sonny?
Yeah, Sundquist, I think he comes into this season. It's that second year of the contract, and he has a spot on the team, I believe. But we saw in the past couple of years that he's slowed down a bit because of the injuries, and now the Blues have brought in some wingers and some extra help this year with guys like Bukestad. And does he get pushed down to the fourth line? Does he get pushed into the press box? I think that's going to be one of the battles in camp. And yeah, so Dvorsky did pick up a split-level house, but he might split time between Springfield and St. Louis. So I don't know how much time he'll be spending in St. Louis.
Split level's tough because you got to decide as soon as you walk in, am I going upstairs? Am I going downstairs?
Yeah.
And that's a
You
tough
don't want to be
decision.
faced with that decision.
No, I don't. I grew up in a split-level house, too. Was always confused.
Were you in Overland?
No, Kirkwood. Still confused.
I was conceived on that couch on the side of the road in Jefferson County. That's from Professor Roy Hinckley. Well, that thing's been there for a while, I guess. Let's see what we got. Hi, JR. What guest would you like the most to be on the Last Minute Blues podcast? That's a good question.
Yeah.
And if a hot old guy can't work streaming services, is it okay to show up to his house shirtless to help him? That's from the Crestwood Coyote. And Doug, I think that might be a reference to your issues with watching the Missouri-Louisiana game.
Right.
We're actually debating trying to get up some guests for the upcoming season.
Yeah,
and,
Jackman come in.
Jackman
Steve
and
Ott
Vitale
was
released
in.
today.
Vitale, yeah.
Friend of the show, right?
Oh, you better believe it.
Joey Vitale, he was great. Guys, you got to listen to the pod today. So, typical.
Did you keep him on track?
We did not.
Yeah.
Fortunately, I guess you can't say, right? So, about halfway through the pod, Tim, there's no kidding. We're talking Blues. We're talking leadership. We're talking his career. We're talking all kinds of stuff. And he says, guys. Is that a good impression?
That was pretty good.
Marty, does he approve?
I approve.
Guys. Have you pantsed your wife before? No, what?
Now I got to make sure I watch this.
And so we say, you're talking about like in the house, like you just catch her off guard? No, like out in public, like there's a tree behind the, like, have you ever done that?
Oh, look at this Vitale. He's out of control.
So then streaming service.
Did you guys answer the question?
We answered that off air, Marty.
Okay.
But the streaming, no, you cannot show. You got to have a shirt on, right, Doug?
No, if you're going to help me with find the game, I would have invited anyone to come over and take over the remote and see what they could do with it.
JR, what are we going to do with Texier and Joseph? That's from Harrison's brother, Master, who also says, yes, the expectations are high locally. Nationally, they're lower because nationally they don't like Dvorsky much, and that's concerning.
I think with Texier and Joseph, we're just going to have to. We saw what they can do. I think we know who they are. It's just a matter of where they fit in and how other guys look in camp. And I think, you talk about Milan Lucic. He's coming in on a PTO. Like, can he come in and show more than a Texier and a Joseph? And then maybe there's not a spot on this team for those two guys. They are under contract, and they weren't bought out. They weren't obviously traded. So can a move be made with them once you get to camp and you see what you got in these guys? And with Dvorsky, I wrote this a couple weeks ago. I'm still going to be bullish on Dvorsky. I think he's got the skills to be a really good player. The national people will look at the skating and the pace of play and say that he's got a long ways to go. But he looked bulkier the other day. He looked quicker. Tim Taylor, Blues assistant GM, said as well. I think he's going to be a good player. I just don't know if he's going to start the season here.
Morning. Quick question for your guest. What do you say to the people who say not wearing a helmet is why McTavish was such a popular guy in the showers?
In the showers?
And mind if my husband joins us next time? Thanks. That's from Sherry, the Shapely Roadside Surge Soda Cellar in Jefferson County.
So if you could see my notebook right now, it says number 1, not wearing a helmet. Number 2, husband joins us. I got penciled over here. No, just so I can't forget. I think McTavish was a good-looking fellow, even if he would have wore a helmet. So
cut that off.
I think he would have been fine.
Odd question.
And husband
But the
joined
guy
us.
certainly did stand out when he didn't wear a helmet. I mean, the game had more personality when they weren't wearing
That's
helmets,
Jackson's
for
helmet
sure.
theory.
And then
It did.
McTavish was the one who took the mascot's tongue and pulled it off later
yeah,
when he was the
right.
coach.
Yeah.
Is that with the Flames, I think? JR, can the Blues take a run at Connor McDavid if he's getting tired of playing in Diet America up north? Doug, is that what it's called now? Diet America?
What does that mean?
Canada.
Like
It's
America
Canada.
Light?
Yeah, America Light.
Number 2, will the Blues be having a Taylor Sheridan promo night this season? Fans get a sleeveless plaid shirt and trucker hat with a Yellowstone logo. May draw in all the Jeffco phony cowboys in the building from their, quote, ranches that are just burnt patches of grass and worm farms without any cattle. Doug, that's such
farms?
Such a specific question.
Is that Buck Swope? He's got to send something.
That was
in there.
Carlos Spicy here. He's also going to the Hall of Fame.
Can we answer number 2 first?
Sure.
I think these people have enough of those types of shirts and hats that they don't need the Blues to give them
that
another
could be.
one, right?
Sure.
So I think there's your answer there. And McDavid, which sure would be fun to see him play in St. Louis, but if he's leaving, Diet America?
Diet America.
Yeah, I don't know if he wants to come to.
If you had to bet, is he playing in Edmonton in 2 years?
You know what? You want to say yes because he's that generational player who's going to go make his home there and eventually win with the Oilers. But I just have this feeling that because it's taking this long to get the contract kind of done and finalized, and it sounds like they're not even to second base, right? Third base. So I feel like he's going to move. I feel like he's going to be on the go.
Where do you think would be if you had to put the most likely
it's
landing
tough.
spot?
Yeah, I haven't even thought about that, but on the fly, Chicago's going to be a team that's got cap room and up and coming and things like that. I mean, he's going to be able to write his ticket, right? So I think we've put out some destinations at the Athletic, and I'm guilty I didn't read the story.
That would be tough for that Edmonton fan base to lose McDavid and Gretzky, both 2 generational superstars.
Yeah, it really would. And shoot, they hit the number 1 pick in the draft several years in a row, and obviously that was the biggest one. And then coming so close to winning a Stanley Cup, couple years, you go to a Game 7 and don't get it done. So, I mean, that would be devastating. That just set you back a decade.
Hey, JR, Snuggie is 16-1 to win the Calder. Thoughts? And also, do the Blues still have that audio postcard guy who flies the Mercantile Bank blimp in between periods, dropping coupons to the Wentzvilles in the 300 level? That's from Al in Dadeville.
I was writing as fast as I could, but I missed.
Snuggerud 16-1 to win the Calder.
Yeah.
And then do the Blues still have that audio postcard guy who flies the Mercantile Bank blimp in between periods, dropping coupons to the Wentzvilles in the 300 level? Look, that's Alan Dadeville, who loves the Georgia Bulldogs.
Snuggerud on the Calder. I think it's going to go to the Montreal player, Demidov. I think he showed it last year, and he's going to come back, and he's the hands-on favorite to win it this year. Snuggerud, though, I think he's going to be in the mix. What do you guys think on Snuggie on goal total? Marty, you talked to him the other day?
Snuggie goal total. I'm going to go, if I put the over-under at 20.5.
Oh, boy, that's the sweet spot again. These sweet spots.
I'm going to go under. 19.
All right, I'll go over playing with Robert Thomas most of the year.
I was going to go over on that one, too. Yeah. You go 24.5, and then I put to the test. That'd be the number I'd set.
But there are people in the upper deck who aren't from Wentzville.
Doug's on the second question.
Yeah.
JR, any Blues coaches ever written a letter posing as a dead baseball announcer and read it to the team following a playoff clinching win? That's from Brian Henshin, who's covering perhaps the best team in the NFL, Doug, the Indianapolis Colts and the Doo-Doo Man.
Okay.
That was the most bizarre segment I've ever heard. You
heard the Uecker, Pat Murphy
and
thing?
I was with you guys because I'm sitting there going, okay, I think Uecker did write this before he passed away, and then we get to the road record. Son of a gun, come on. So
the writer blew it there.
Yeah, I am not familiar with Dan Kelly or anybody leaving a letter behind or the Blues faking a letter after they passed away.
Let's see. Wow, the Wentzville people are not happy with Alan Dadeville.
I wouldn't
Holy
think
crap.
so. No.
My God, there's a lot of Wentzvilles responding to Alan Dadeville.
Suck it, Al. I just saw a headline.
Yeah, they are not happy.
Well, if you're from Wentzville and you have a lower bowl ticket, like screenshot and send us in. Prove that there's Wentzville people in the lower bowl.
Oh, my God. Boy, there are a lot of texts for JR. JR, will they have to pump Ritalin into the whole building, or can they isolate it to the broadcast booth? Also, as a Jeffco, do you listen to Yacht Rock all the time, or just when you're feeling frisky? That's from Arbor Day.
I listen to 101 ESPN. I have the app, and I've told Mike Ryder this several times a day. I get a little buzz alert that says I'm now eligible to win a prize for listening. So,
Really? What sort of prize?
You know, I got to ask Ryder that. I don't know.
Okay.
Concert tickets left and right is what I can tell you. Let's see. I live in Wentzville. I can say it. That's Al in Dadeville. JR, your thoughts on John Kelly landing in Los Angeles? That's from the 314. You and Martin both have done interviews with him within the last week since announcing that he is going to the Kings.
Yeah, I think it's terrific. You know, it was obviously a tough situation that we don't need to rehash with the Blues, but he heads to L.A., and the thinking at the time was it was a tough time to get let go, right? Because it would be hard to find a job. And fortunately, that L.A. job, there was somebody in line for it who did not end up working out, and then it goes to John Kelly, so he's got the full-time gig in L.A. with the Kings, and I went to his house the other day, sat with him, and I think he's in a good spot now and ready to look forward, and the next day he was jumping in the car and making the 3-day drive out to L.A., so we'll see.
Oh, he was driving out there.
Yeah, heading out there with his
he'd have
wife.
his car.
Yeah,
He's going to be headquartered there.
Manhattan Beach. He's going to live in a real good spot, have about a 1.5 mile walk to the practice facility.
Yeah, I saw that.
And then October 21st, he'll be here at Enterprise Center when the Blues host the Kings.
Oh, great.
Let's see. JR, what's your biggest question, and what is your biggest guarantee of this season? That's from Tim's Toothless Bottom Boy.
Question and guarantee. Question is, can that Shen, Kyrou, Holloway line recreate what we saw for a bulk of the season last year when they were together? And I think Holloway's going to be, good again. He's healthy. And I have no reason to think that he can't do what he did last year. I'm a big believer. I think Ken Hitchcock has said that if you've done it in the league before, you can do it again. And so the question kind of Braden Shen can, as he gets older and deeper into that contract, and there's been a ton of questions about his performance, can he keep it up? So if he can, and as a result, Kyrou can get to 40 goals, and that line can be a secondary line to the Thomas line. I think that's kind of the question that I have. And guarantee, let's see here. I'm going to guarantee that Jordan Bennington did this a couple years ago. I'm going to do it again. Has a 915 plus save percentage, and he's going to
Olympics year
Team Canada's goalie.
There you go. I kind of like that play. I wonder if I can get action somewhere in that. JR, if you're riling up the Wentzvilles, you're doing something right, but don't get too close. Those settlers are fiercely territorial.
Settlers?
There's settlers out there? It's from Arbor Day.
Well, it's a fast-growing city, that's for sure.
I'm telling you. Let's see. Boy, getting a lot of John Kelly texts. John Kelly and Dan Kelly, for that matter. And then Harrison's brother, Master. JR, this is a tradition that goes back years. Kyrou, boo! Harrison's brother, Master, not high on Jordan Kyrou still.
Didn't Jackson the other day, he meant to say Harrison Bader and broke out the Harrison Master?
Yeah. He's so present on the show that it's tough to even think of the Phillies outfielder. We just think of our texter.
When we talk about Harrison now, we have to say Master's brother Harrison.
See? It throws us off badly. I saw this one earlier. I want to get your impressions on it because I think I made reference to it, never answered the question. The two players that I think are the wide delta players for the Blues, floor and ceiling, Snuggerud and Mayu. What are you hearing, seeing, talks? I realize they haven't been doing much, but thoughts on that and him in particular, because we talked about Snuggerud earlier.
Yeah, I think those are two players that you pick out and you say if they play well and the Blues can be a notch better than we think they could be going into the season. With Mizzou, they're going to give him a chance to play. Doug Armstrong said it's his job to lose coming into camp, and so I think he's going to be in that third pair with Tyler Tucker. So I agree with you. If they play well, like I said, the Blues could potentially compete for that second, third spot in the Central Division. I would say, though, that I understand what you're saying about the Delta, but there's a couple players on this team. Shen, I mentioned one, Justin Falk. If those guys can be consistent, if they can contribute, I feel like they have more of an impact on how good this team can be as opposed to some of the younger guys. I think the Blues can still be good if those younger guys are just breaking in and doing what they can. So I think there's a couple of veterans that will have a more of an impact.
That's Jeremy Rutherford. You can hear him throughout the week on 101 ESPN. Read him in The Athletic. He is headed to the Blues Media Day, and that is coming up here, and it gets underway, at 10 o'clock with Doug Armstrong. Yep. All right, JR. Anything in the notes that that we didn't tend to before you head out on the road?
Oh, just I want to look back at some of my notes here. Somebody asked earlier, husband joins in. If that's ever the question, the answer is no.
Oh, is that right?
Okay.
So you're more of a cuckster than a cucker.
I gotta go, guys. It's 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
Oh, sorry to bother you.
There he is. That's Jeremy Rutherford. He's brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. He's online at evergreen-ws.com or call 314-889-0503. JR, always good to see you, brother. Thank you so much. He's got that hat on, too. That's a sharp hat.
Oh, yeah.
What is that again?
Dangle pigeon.
Dangle pigeon. Yeah, that dangle pigeon. I like that hat. Hey, if you miss anything on the program, go back and podcast it via the Schaefer Door Company podcast app. That's Jason Gosrow and Schaefer Door Company. Jason, obviously big TMA fan, loves the Joey Vitale segment, said get me on that and get me on the podcast, and that's where he's sponsoring the program. Schaefer Door is online at SCHAEFER door.com. They set up a number specifically for TMA listeners, and that number is 636-782-3608. That's going to get you the quickest response time if anything goes wrong with your garage door. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs, and they have Monday morning standby service for the doors that break over the weekend. So if that garage door breaks, just go to SchaeferDoor.com. They service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. It's Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer. We'll take a commercial break, come back with more TMA on 101 ESPN. Schnucks has everything you need. You can head into the wine department, great selection. Go over to the butcher shop, talk to them about some ideas for the grill this weekend. Over at the bakery department, get a little cookie cake, maybe for Jackson's birthday next year, cookie cake, and they'll design it right there, put his name on it, spell it correct, all of that. Everything you need, one spot, that's at Schnucks. And when you're grabbing your groceries, you'll save some money. They've knocked down the prices, and they made sure these prices would stay marked down. They did it on over 2,300 items. That was a while ago. They continued to add on to that. In addition, there are weekly savings. If you're a rewards member, you'll get an email, you get an alert on your phone letting you know what the other specials are. You've got digital shelf tags throughout the store letting you know where the other savings are. So when you're in there grabbing everything you need, you're going to save some money. Doing their best in these difficult times to keep prices down. It's your neighborhood-friendly Schnucks. Stop by and get that rewards app if you haven't done so yet, you're missing out on money coming right back to you. You can also use it for delivery, Schnucks delivers, and curbside pickup. It's everyday savings you can count on at Schnucks.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Saliga Heating, Cooling. Cardinals, Reds today. Busman special, 12:15 first pitch. Andre Plante on the mound for the Cardinals. That was their Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, what just happened on that Sports Center update?
It was kind of a rat-a-tat-tat style delivery.
What style was that?
Wasn't my best work. Wasn't my best work. I was kind of buffering live.
The program's called The Morning After, and it airs on 101 ESPN. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. JR, Jeremy Rutherford in studio, just in the previous segment. And you can always go back and watch it on YouTube at the TMA STL channel on YouTube. We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That is coming your way here at approximately 10:45. Martin, you want to make sure that we get Jackson's Clearing the Deck segment in? Because
I know we're a little behind, and I was concerned.
That is the brand.
Clearing the Deck. Do people like the Imagine Dragons? Feel free to text that in. Let us know. We'll do a quick audit here. Jackson, you brought this up because...
Yeah, why?
We were talking about One Republic yesterday, and I felt like they're similar. But I'm not like saying like one's better than the other. I just felt like they were kind of similar. Kind of make kind of cinematic rock pop.
Cinematic rock pop.
Did you make that up?
Yeah.
Is that a genre? Cinematic rock pop.
Like Coldplay, I think, would be like the best version of that, or at least the most mainstream, biggest version of that. I just don't know where people are at with Imagine Dragons. Do they think that they're like kind of gimmicky? I don't know. I don't know. I like Believer. I like that song. I don't care what anyone says.
You don't care.
Okay. Yeah, I don't.
That is Clearing the Deck. Feel free to share your thoughts as well. I would say I'm fine with it. Like, it doesn't upset me. Even the Nickelback, I don't know enough about it. People would say, oh,
people have come all the way back around on that.
But was it ever like a huge issue for people's lives? Like, I'm anti-Nickelback. Who
I think it just
cares?
became an easy thing to make fun of.
Cheap pop.
Kind of some group think, like, hey, let's just all make fun of this band.
There was a group think.
I'm big on observing groupthink. I'm the chief disdainer of groupthink, I think.
The chief disdainer.
No, that name's already taken.
Chief disdainer of groupthink is already taken. So I guess that could be the case. But Nickelback's hatred predated social media, which, of course, is the ultimate incubator of groupthink.
Were people hating on Nickelback in like the mid-aughts?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Like when they were peak popularity?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that makes
Not
sense.
to the level that it became, I think, in the teens.
Right.
And then it became ironic to like them. And then they had that documentary. I don't know if you saw that.
They've done a lot of interviews since and seem like likable sorts.
Martin, the results are now coming in here on Jackson's Clearing the Deck. I could see Imagine Dragons being looked at like the New Day Nickelback. So there it is. That's Scott's Wrinkled Ballsack, his wife, a loyal listener of the program. Somebody just wrote in 21 Pilots.
Similar vibe, I think is what they're saying.
Imagine Dragons are for 8-year-olds and women who drink boxed wine. That's Grimy from South Carolina.
Franzi gets a shout out.
All right, Holiday's now going to have to call in a day early, even though we don't really have time.
Imagine Dragons suck. They're industry plants. That's from Big Tuft.
Yeah. That seems to be a lot of the criticism is they get played a lot. Maybe not.
And some people think it's cool just to knock whoever's popular.
Sure.
Like I'm smarter and I know more than what the rest of the world does.
My kids in elementary school love Imagine Dragons. They're a kid band now. That's from the 636.
I feel like the newest version of that is like, you guys ever heard Benson Boone?
Yes.
The young artist. I think he's kind of that same kind of, like when you get catapulted to the top, kind of out of nowhere, it seems, people are like, who's this?
Is that what people are saying about Tate McRae?
No. Wasn't
Tate McRae? Is that his name?
Her.
You're thinking of Tate Decker, and he played for Missouri. Was that like 96?
From Webster?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Tall guy.
This is Tate McRae, not Taint McRae.
Yeah, I heard
She's a
you wrong.
Canadian artist, and she was going out with Mike Sillinger's son. Am I correct on that?
Silly.
Tate
Former
McRae?
Blue. Yeah.
Tate McRae?
Yeah.
She's with the Kid Leroy.
Yeah, I know. But before the Kid Leroy. Correct.
Kid Leroy is an Australian.
Defensive tackle.
No.
Six-time Pro Bowler.
I don't know if he played Aussie rules football, but he sings.
Boy, there's a lot going on.
I disagree. Shinedown's the modern Nickelback. That's from Vizzini.
Okay. There is no right and wrong answer. Everyone has their own opinion.
But this is clearing the deck.
A wise man told us. Some people like things, some people don't like other things.
Right. That was a poet?
As a gentleman with a landing strip. Clem has decided to pick a fight with Arbor Day. Boy, that's bold. But I guess he's just walking into Shawshank and he's trying to send a message to the yard. Arbor Day's favorite band's Imagine Dragons. That's from Clem.
And that's an insult?
Yes, so.
Oh, my gosh. You have a favorite band.
And that came from
What a
Clem?
loser.
Clem, correct.
Okay.
Clem wants a piece of Arbor Day. He's walking up to the biggest guy in the yard, Doug. Sending a message.
That's what they say to do.
And that's his insult. Your favorite band is Imagine Dragons. Take it back.
I'm going to suspend my Yacht Rock theme, and I'll play Believer coming back.
Okay.
And that's in honor of Matt Holliday, because that was his walk-up music.
I feel like Radioactive was the end. I think he did have Radioactive.
Well, if only he was on the show, we could probably ask him.
For
He's
sure
scheduled to join us tomorrow on Tim by Schedule. I mean, we've texted and waited to hear back when that might happen.
Chicken Fried was certainly one of his.
That was in there. No question, no question. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. Hey, this is Tim McKernan for Universal Windows Direct. You can call them at 314-334-2522 for your free in-home estimate today, and check out what they have going on for September. It is the following. This September, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus get $500 off your entire home improvement project, all with 0% financing for 3 years. Don't wait. Lock in your comfort now. Call them at 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to book your free estimate today. With September here, kids back in school, vacations winding down, it's time to refocus on the house and talk it over with Universal Windows Direct. This September, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus get $500 off your entire home improvement project, all with 0% financing for 3 years. Check them out online at universalwindowsdirect.com to book your free estimate today. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. All right, Doug. And this is what Clem says is Arbor Day's favorite band.
Okay.
It's a big insult.
You hear this often.
I'd be curious what this sounds like live. Is he like just screaming?
It probably sounds about like this.
I would imagine there's some big drums and somebody going back and forth on the drums. What do you think about that, Doug? My percussion suspicion.
All right.
Guys, I heard you say my name, but I didn't text in. Leave me alone, please. That's from Tate McRae.
I thought it might be from Sherry. Serving up the sodas at the convenience store.
Yeah. I asked JR if he wanted something new in his life. 100% Clem has strutted into a DSW and proudly uttered, "Show me something in Velcro." That's from Arbor Day.
Show me something Velcro.
Doug, it's like Omar if you come at the king.
Yeah.
But at DSW, you kind of help yourself there, don't you? You got to find it yourself. For the most
DSW?
part. Yeah.
I don't go as often as I want.
Well, you should. And you strut in there when you go.
And you ask for Velcro?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of
the Velcro strap.
That's kind of a lost start.
Velcro?
Velcro over 8 years old and under 80 doesn't seem like it's popular.
Over 8, under 80. I agree with that.
Yeah. If you're 7.
But if you're putting on hockey equipment, they do it with Velcro.
I'm not saying eliminate Velcro from your life entirely, but if your shoe's tightening mechanism is strictly Velcro, under 8, over 80.
Doug, did you have Sansabelt pants?
I didn't really. They were big with Jay Randolph.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly what I pictured. Indeed, indeed.
They are down on Chapel Roan in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
What'd she do? They like her music?
Doug Chapel Roan.
They ever heard Red Wine Supernova?
Who that is?
Pretty outstanding.
What about Champagne Supernova?
The song it was inspired by.
Think about that. We made the observation yesterday via the New York Post that Molly Qerim is off of ESPN after announcing that she was going to finish out her contract and then leave in December. ESPN management, I gather, said that isn't the way that it's going to work out. You're gone. Stephen A. Smith was borderline emotional at the start of First Take yesterday, Doug, announcing that Molly was no longer on the program.
Okay.
Then he does a podcast afterwards. He does his own QFTA.
Yeah.
I don't know if he begs for erotic stories or not.
He gets tweets of people asking him to rank Pokemon characters, and he'll do it.
And then he wasn't talking. He didn't name Molly, but it sounded like he might have been talking about the situation. Is that the audio that you have pulled?
I think he says her name.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure.
I saw this on TikTok.
Okay.
And I didn't hear him name her name at the time, but maybe I saw an abbreviated, edited clip. All right, here is papers.
Last night, she abruptly resigned as the host of the show. And to say that I'm quite sad about it is an understatement. Molly is a friend. Molly is a coworker. Molly is somebody that I have leaned on many occasions in the past, as she has done when it comes to me. We've been partners on the show for the last 10 years. And a lot of times some of these things happen, and it's just uncomfortable to see. The details, quite frankly, are none of y'all business. But it's not as if I know all the details. It was a contract negotiation that was going on. ESPN certainly did not want to lose her. But in the end, rather, she made a decision to walk away from the show effective immediately. As you see from her Instagram post.
That's it. That was a bad edit point.
But I don't know what the sounder should be.
That's what I was confused on.
For a Stephen A. podcast coach.
Maybe Mad Dog yelling about Jose Buto.
Yeah, never hurts to have that.
Was that his podcast or was that the ESPN opening yesterday?
That was his podcast.
Okay, because he then goes into the thing that I saw. He goes into talking about how negotiations work for on-air talent. And that's when he wasn't saying her name, and that's what I saw, and that's what I thought we were playing.
This might be from a third show has entered the chat, as I think that might be his Sirius XM show, unless that's also his podcast. It's the Stephen A. Smith show.
Sirius XM show, the same as
I just don't know, fellas.
Is he brushing his teeth on video and
No, he's
talking
doing
to
it
people
from
in the morning?
a Colin Coward-esque studio. A lot of exposed brick, which is nice.
But he said, y'all don't need to know about the negotiation. And he said, and quite frankly, I don't know all the details. Like, he kind of admitted that he didn't know all the particulars, even though he told us we didn't need to know the particulars.
I'm paraphrasing what I saw when he was talking about it. He said, you got to understand something. I had leverage and I had other opportunities, and that's why I negotiated the way that I negotiated. And then he said, if you don't have other opportunities, then you best not negotiate like you do, and you better not have thin skin in a negotiation, because I can promise you that you're going to hear some things that you're not going to like. And
Which sounds specific to her.
Yes, exactly right. And I'm like, oh, wow. Because I saw the thing where he talked about how, ESPN did want to keep her and they made an offer to keep her. But then if you are, watching him say that, which is what I saw, it takes to she didn't like the process, and that is why she decided to quit, even though she still had, 3.5 months on her contract, because she didn't like some of the things that she heard, or she didn't like the offer that she got. And that is why she announced that she was quitting, which he was making it sound like was an emotional reaction to the negotiation process, which oftentimes can be stressful. And that was what I saw yesterday. So they are now looking for the replacement. Doug, would you be interested in replacing Molly Qerim?
No, thanks. I don't want to live in New York.
What if you could do it during commercial breaks here?
How much does it pay?
What do you think, Jackson?
That gig, hosting, First Take, I bet that nets you $5 million.
I can start tomorrow.
4 or 5 million.
I think it's a little high.
You're out of your effing mind.
But I would say it's talent specific. If they're recruiting a top talent like Doug,
right,
then you pay
Doug
more.
Doug would get 7.5. But I think for the going rate, I bet they get somebody in there for, I will put it at, Martin, I'm going to go 600.
To host this is a major program.
I understand. I've been in these things. I'm very confident in my ballpark range. Now,
my guess is that was an issue for her, that she knows what Stephen A. makes, and she's sitting there doing the show for 10 years, and she might say, all right, I'm making 600-700. I should be at 1.3 or whatever.
Sorry, this isn't CYC, sister. Yeah. That's not the way it works. We all have our values, and also we have feelings. Don't let yours get hurt if you want to play in the deep end. That's the way things work. Sorry. Drive more revenue. And that's the way I run this operation. Sorry, drive more revenue. That's the way that it works.
She'll end up talking at some point and telling her side of the story, I bet.
Yeah, and then she'll get support on social media.
But it doesn't.
Watch your mouth, Dan Orlovsky.
Dan Orlovsky, who is not in a car with Pat McAfee right now doing a show.
But they just showed a video of him. It looked like he was digging in a garden, and he was giving a take.
He's got a green thumb.
You were saying something, Doug, and I cut you off.
I haven't to be Dan Orlovsky's family. Like, hey, Dad, hold on. I'm on right now. Hold on, I'm doing a call into Reno. Hold on. Buck and Aikman, I got to chime in. Just walks around wearing a headset.
I was saying I haven't seen enough of that show. I just see it with the sound off in the studio sometimes. But it does seem like she would be the type of talent that is easily, well, or maybe not easily, but is replaceable. Stephen A. is not replaceable. There's no one else like him out there.
There you go. That's it.
So he makes a ton of money, and if you're replaceable, not so much.
Right. That's it. And so I think, Martin, your handicapping of the situation, she's probably looking, okay, Stephen A. just got, what did he get?
Like $20 million or something?
I thought it was like 18. And she's going, okay. This was kind of the Vanna White, Ryan Seacrest, Pat Sajak thing that played out. And then it became, oh, this is about she's a woman. Well, I don't really think that's it. It's about she didn't really say much during the Wheel of Fortune presentation. Occasionally she would, with a shrug of the shoulders, when somebody couldn't guess the final puzzle, express dismay.
And right at the end, they would have like 10 seconds of crosstalk.
And she'd talk about her pets, her kids. Yeah. And it's wonderful, but it probably wasn't worth $20 million a year. All due respect.
She may have had the best job in America for the last half century or so.
So then Seacrest gets the gig, and all of a sudden it becomes another social media campaign from a bunch of CFOs going, yeah, she should make the same amount of money. Stick to tweeting.
Oh.
Orlowski has triplets, boys. His wife must be a saint. That's from the 314.
Maybe that's why he works all the time. He's got to get out of the house. Absolutely has to get out. I mean, 1 will wear you down. 3? I don't know how anyone does it.
I'd pay Tim $25 million a year if I had it, and so would my wife. See above text. Doug, the above text says, Tim, cycling on, you're the best in the business. All our wives say so. Sorry you had to babysit Friday night. Women these days don't understand. We think you're worth $20 million a year. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves, and he knows that I had to babysit on Friday night.
And he was banned, but he's unbanned.
And he got tariffed, but then he got a reduced tariff.
I don't think it's called babysitting when it's your own kids. I don't think you can get away with saying I had to babysit.
There are people who get very upset about that.
Yeah, that's not babysitting.
I said that when my oldest son was born years ago, and the parent police, woo,
they came after you?
They did.
Yeah.
It's called parenting. All right. Thanks.
You still call it babysitting?
Stick to tweeting.
Oh.
Sister, yeah. Let's see. In a situation like Molly's, could face of the show with a ridiculous income demand co-anchors get a raise as part of his contract? It's not realistic, but is that something they could request? That's from Dusty Spunk. Old Dusty. Yeah, you're more than welcome to. And then they can go, no. And then you, okay, well, I put a puck on the net. But the reality of the situation is what I think Doug just said. There are probably a large number of people who can come in and go, well, the Giants are off to an 0-2 start and Brian Dable's under the gun. What do you think the Giants will do now that they're facing the very unhappy 0-2 Kansas City Chiefs?
Okay.
All you have to do is you put that out there, and then the host or analyst goes, "You're asking me about the Giants? We got the Cowboys. You asked me about the Giants." You just start screaming, Doug.
Was there a question in there?
Yeah,
what the hell are we doing?
Sorry.
What are we doing?
I see a big story now on ESPN.com as tennis player Taylor Townsend has had to apologize for making critical remarks about Chinese food.
Excuse me, sir? Like he went after General Tso's chicken? General Tso is in the Michelob Ultra.
I guess it's a her. Taylor Townsend is a girl, and they're playing it in Shenzhen, China, a tournament. And I guess she saw things on the menu like bullfrogs and turtles. Said she had to talk to AR about the quality of the food. And now she's had to come out and apologize from the bottom of her heart for criticizing Chinese food. That's where we are.
All right, this is related, but it's unrelated. Yesterday, I went into a deep dive on Mizzou, famous Mizzou alums, because George C. Scott was referenced on the show, and I found I didn't know he went to Mizzou.
Charles Dickens and Ebenezer Scrooge.
Robert Loggia went to Mizzou. But
big. He had the piano scene with Tom Hank.
Also in Sopranos.
The founders of Panda Express went to Mizzou.
How about that?
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Sheryl Crow.
Well, I knew that. And the Enron guy.
Oh,
Tim.
Stop.
Yeah, but I got 8 hours left, and I feel like when they write about famous alumni, they put a little asterisk right next to me and Pitt.
Have to graduate.
Pitt did the same thing as I did, Doug. We left journalism school just a little early so we could go chase our dreams. His were in Hollywood, mine were in Arkansas.
Yeah. I'd say similar trajectories.
Thank you.
Chris Cooper also went to Mizzou, the great actor.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And he decided to hit on Kevin
Beauty?
Spacey in American Beauty.
Has one of those faces. He always looked older than he was.
Who would be
Great
the most
actor.
famous athlete? Would that be Max Scherzer now?
From the University of Missouri. I feel like we're missing somebody that has to be obvious.
I think
Scherzer's
first
live.
ballot Hall of Famer.
Nobody bigger in basketball. I don't think
Jeremy
anyone.
Macklin had a nice career, but
Scherzer's.
It's got to
You
be
think it's Scherzer?
I think it's Scherzer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's got to be somebody.
Now, Kellen Winslow's a Hall of Famer,
Yeah,
right?
he'd be up there.
I think that has to be the litmus test, right? Hall of Fame in their particular sport.
Roger Worley was a great one.
Guys, couldn't they have paid Molly Qerim her the balance of what she asked for in half-use gift certificates and Cardinals tickets to a game that was already played under the guise of a little something? That's from
Now, that would have been a great negotiation.
Here's what we'll do. You get out there with Stephen A. And then a little something will be on your desk after the show. With a cut pay of a bunch of the producers. And then you get the gift card. But I got to get back from Randy first.
Tom Berenger.
Doug, he was an Alpha Tau Omega, and he was a wonderful catcher in Major League.
Yes, he was.
It's a lot of actors from Mizzou.
A lot of actors, yeah.
That Jan Carl, who did E.T., Entertainment Tonight, not the movie E.T., she was on the list. But George C. Scott, that blew me. I've never heard that before. John Hamm, it's about time. Hamm calls back in. It is blues season. Didn't he say, let's circle back during
Yes, he did. I think it's time for a surprise guest.
Oh, now I blew it. Holiday will join us tomorrow. Okay, so we'll get to the bottom of this imagined race.
Yes.
He said, or now. And I was like, well, we're a little behind on our
Yeah, we are. Which reminds me, we ought to break. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Is this Yacht Rock, Doug? Kenny Loggins certainly has a lot of Yacht Rock, but Danger Zone Yacht Rock. Controversial pick from Jackson Papers.
Borderline. If not, what other genre would you put it in?
Montage song.
Montage.
I haven't heard that.
1986?
I don't know the years, Tim.
Top Gun?
Top Gun 89?
Hell no.
No, too late.
Let's do better over there.
You got to do some show play.
26, yeah, you're right.
The program's called TMA. I'm just going to be real transparent with the audience because Jackson calls the show Honesty in Media. We are so behind on breaks. I mean, there's just Doug, there's nothing else to say.
Okay, well, I apologize.
Collier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, tell me about Collier and Thompson.
Well, Collier and Thompson is where you go if you want to make your house look like a showplace. They've been doing it for many, many years, since the 1950s, actually. Maybe you want to turn that master bathroom into a spa or get a new high-tech kitchen. Collier and Thompson can take care of all that. They can do anything in your house, really, from finishing your basement. They got a great paint department there. Maybe you just want people to come in and paint your entire home. Collier and Thompson has the pros to do that. The pros to handle anything that you might want to throw at them. And the good thing about Collier and Thompson is these are people you can trust. It's hard to know who you can trust to be in your home and who's going to be there to back up their work. Collier and Thompson stands behind every job that they do. During the process, they are always available for you. In case you need to make any changes, they can handle that as well. Collier and Thompson team cares about the work they produce. For them, it's more than just a job. They take pride in the work that they do. Collier and Thompson's core values are summed up by simply doing the right thing. Maybe you don't want to do the entire kitchen. You don't have the budget to do the entire kitchen. They got a great appliance department there. They sell high-end quality appliances like Bosch, Thermador, Wolf, Sub-Zero. They've got anything there that the brand new stuff, too. You'll be amazed by some of the products that they're out there now. Collier and Thompson has the latest and the greatest. Check out their showroom. They got more than 10,000 square feet, more than 20 kitchen displays. You get some great ideas on what you can do with your home. Collier and Thompson on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come on to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
There it is. Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. That is how you can call in. You can text in to our Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. You can talk it over with other TMA listeners in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. That's youtube.com/TMASTL. That is how you can get involved on the program. So many different ways to do so, in addition to what's coming up at about 10:45, which is the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. And Riot's dad is your current leader for the month of September. And you can go to 101ESPN.com or TMASTL.com to sign up to be the TMA Listener of the Month. And you can also go there to sign up for the Lemmings Open, which is coming up here in just a couple of weeks, 2 weeks from Friday. Lemmings Open, October 3rd, presented to you by Michelob Ultras. We partner with Birdies for Bipolar. Sign up your foursome to enjoy a day that should be beautiful at Oak Valley Golf Course. TMA broadcasting from Oak Valley for the fun and games for the Lemmings Open, presented to you by Michelob Ultra, and it includes all your Michelob Ultra all day long, along with breakfast from Donut Drive-In, lunch from Lion's Choice, and dinner from Smalls Sliders. Perfect day of food, drink, and golf as we work with Birdies for Bipolar for the Michelob Ultra Lemmings Open. Sign up at 101ESPN.com or TMASTL.com. Man, have you or your family seen a change in you? Not quite yourself anymore? Struggling to focus? No energy for the people you love? Put it this way, if your bedroom could talk, would it have anything to brag about? It could be you're getting older, or work stress, or the undeniable fact that we've all become our kids' personal unpaid Uber drivers. It could also be your testosterone calling it quits and you never got the memo. Well, Mentality can help you change that. Mentality is a local St. Louis-based healthcare facility that tests your testosterone, not just your testosterone, but your free testosterone, which some places just do not look into, and that is a huge difference maker for your treatment. Whether it's low energy, weight gain, or just that feeling that something is off, Mentality can help. So stop being tired of being tired. Get back to the guy you used to be. Visit mentalityhealth.com and reserve your spot today. That is Mentality at mentalityhealth.com. Martin is heading out for the Wednesday onboarding meeting, 10 o'clock hour, coming your way here on TMA. It's 101 ESPN.
It's Jackson here to tell you all about Lee's famous recipe chicken, because in honor of National Chicken Month, guests who visit Lee's 3 times throughout September will receive $5 off their next order of $15 or more. This offer runs through the end of September. At participating locations, guests must be a part of Lee's Rewards to participate, but they can join anytime during the month and start earning right away. I know they just got a new chicken sandwich over there at Lee's famous recipe chicken. It looks really good. It looks like a really nice chicken filet on there with some that Chipotle ranch I talk about, the pickles all on the brioche bun. You get the potato wedges on the side. Now you got yourself a nice meal. And when you have the Lee's Rewards app, you can start earning points. It's free to join. Members earn 1 point for every $1 spent, and it's redeemable for discounts and menu items. Again, this offer runs through the end of September, September 30th, 2025. Guests can sign up through the Lee's app, which is super easy to download. It's available on Google Play and the App Store, and now you're enjoying some chicken and earning along the way. That's Lee's famous recipe chicken. This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Florida Panthers expect forward Matthew Tkachuk to be sidelined until December while he recovers from off-season surgery to deal with a sports hernia and torn adductor muscle. That's from General Manager Bill Zito this morning. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
This is Yacht Rock.
Oh, yeah.
This is a Chairman Kurt request.
Now, Chairman Kurt knows the genre, not
knows
montage. Cool night, Doug. Can you name the artist? I'm not looking for the year.
This is that guy with the really long hair. Looked like a hippie. Looked like he'd be playing acid rock, and everything was very soft, mellow. Is it
English?
Davis? Is this?
Yeah, last name.
Yeah.
Paul Davis?
Yes. Yeah.
Let's settle in on this one.
What's the year on this, Jackson?
If it predates 82, I'm no good to you.
It does, but not by mine.
81?
80?
Yeah, 81.
Dodgers and Yankees, right? And the Islanders? And the 49ers?
That sounds right, but Tim, I don't. The thing about the
Who
years,
won
I
the
don't
NBA
know.
Finals in 81? Sixers?
Ooh, that sounds right. 81.
Did I just name all 4 world champions? I don't know if I can do that. 80? Would that have been the Eagles and Raiders, though? The 81
Celtics
Super
won in
Bowl?
81.
Celtics, I was thinking that might have been
It was
Larry Legend's
Larry
first.
Legend's first championship. Do they play?
Hold on a second. I'm in the tank. Doug, who did the
Suns?
Celtics play in the 81 NBA Finals? Rockets?
Yes. Oh, boy, Tim. What about, can you give me 1981's Best Picture?
Oh, for heaven's
It was mentioned on yesterday's program.
Ordinary People?
Yes. Gosh. That was for 1980 movies. 1981 movies, 1982 Oscars. Bad.
Terms of Endearment?
No.
That was 83? Did that not win Best Picture?
Did not. Terms of Endearment did, but that was not the year.
Were you going to give the answer? Or were we just going to
49ers.
I thought you were saying Chariots of Fire.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Doug, you enjoy that picture?
I thought it was okay.
The
Not just
score
great.
is probably more memorable than the film.
Probably, yeah.
Tim is so good. That's from Buzz.
Yeah.
Is that the text today, or did you give one?
No.
We gave it to Lois Ween during the JR segment.
I'll Venmo Buzz $10. That was a good text.
Thank you. The 1981 best song for the Grammys, Don't Stop Believin', according to Lisa, who kind of made a play at Jackson yesterday, I felt like.
Yeah,
But maybe I'm wrong, because she's a
showed
gem.
love.
And she's been listening to us since, when did we start here? 21, 22? Hell, I don't know.
January 22.
Thank you. And she's been a gem, and it's been strictly platonic since then. So it might have been a bad read on my part. If there's one thing I know she's passionate about, it's not Jackson. It's Ali Marmol leaving his post. That's what Lisa's passionate about.
Okay.
Doug, speaking of Ali Marmol, he is penciled in the lineup for today's Busman's special. Should be packed down there. Would you like to guess the Cardinal line?
I got to guess the whole lineup?
I'll give you Palante.
Okay. They probably got Newt in there, and Herrera in there, and Burley, and Arenado's got to be in there. And
You reading this?
Yeah. And then probably Gorman and Sajaci and Crooks, Walker, and Scott, I guess.
Oh. What was that drop?
Someone's excited.
I'd like to see Crooks hit a little bit more than 2 for 24, because I think they were hoping maybe this is the catcher for the next few years. But you got to hit something.
Why
I
do
guess
you hate
Pies is probably
Pete
the guy.
Pies?
He's probably the guy heading in the next season.
Jackson would like to see the Cardinals go out and sign a free agent catcher.
I don't see why not. The only guys who can hit.
Mm-hmm.
You like how Sajaci went one glove? He's going one glove now, like it's like a golf glove. I kind of like that.
Some went with no gloves, like Matt Carpenter.
Sajaci has been going no gloves, but now he's going with the one glove.
Gorman, Walker, and Scott, if they can stay cold, they all have a chance to hit below 200 this year.
Nice. Parlay.
Crooks is at 83. This could be the lowest cumulative batting average the Cardinals have put on the field, possibly ever. Maybe ever. They got guys hitting 236, 236, 210, 83, 215, 217. The big hitters are hitting 283.
Well, I think the org as a whole is in a pretty good spot.
I don't know.
A week from today, live in studio, John Mozeliak. How about that?
Okay.
Looking forward to it.
Okay, that's good. It's fun. Hear what he has to say.
Would you like me to make something for Predictionary, Jackson?
Oh, yeah. I'll fire it up.
We will receive, go 36 texts calling us soft, and Martin will be accused of protecting Mozeliak like he protects Pat Murphy and Ken Rosenthal.
Okay.
That's a twofold prediction for Predictionary for a week from today.
Okay. Putting it in there. So the over-under is 35.5?
Yeah.
Okay, and you're on the over.
I'm on the over.
Got it.
234, lowest team batting average ever for the Cardinals.
Lowest end of the season team batting average?
Correct.
That's what they have now?
No, I'm seeing 245 right now, so they're going to have to get a little cooler.
Okay.
Guys, they had to pull Walker for a defensive switch in the 9th. Yep, he's someone you build around. That's from Starfish Street.
I keep waiting.
Starfish Street.
I keep waiting for him to click into the next gear, and boy, it hasn't happened yet.
Somebody get me in touch with Sajasi. I've got $30 to give him so he can afford the second batting glove. That's from I Hate Paper Straws.
I kind of like the look.
Looks like he might just hit a 7-iron
Right, exactly.
after he hits his fastball.
Who the hell's Jimmy Crooks? That's from caller Buzz.
Catcher.
The program is called TMA, and he says hammer the over all day. Oh, I thought he was talking about today's over. No, he's talking about the over on us getting accused of being soft and Martin protecting John Mozeliak like he protects Pat Murphy and Ken Rosenthal. The over for the record on today's Cardinals and Reds game. I don't know if I would play it because I don't know if the Reds still consider themselves in the race. The number is 8.5. You got Palante on the mound for the Fighting Redbirds.
Pi Delta.
Yeah.
Who's on the? Is it Abbott on the mound for
Singer?
Reds?
Brady Singer.
Brady
for the
Singer.
Reds.
Yeah. He's got a 3.94 ERA. Palante's 5.34. I'm not touching it. I'm done. Now that football's back, I'm done betting baseball.
Oh, are you really?
Yeah. It's not fun. Betting football's fun.
It is. Whiteham Avenue Capital Partners. I'm telling you, Doug. Fine, I'll share it. It won't be on. It's going to be on Spread Zone 2, which I'm shooting here in 40 minutes with Riz and Stalter. FanDuel Spread Zone. I decided I got to go with Missouri minus 11.5. I have to. I can't. It strikes me as I got to do it. I got a responsibility. Okay. I've watched South Carolina play. I've watched Missouri play. If/when Missouri doesn't cover, text in 314-399-964 so you can DM me. It's fine. I'll be intoxicated anyway. That might be a chance that I actually might respond. I think Missouri's a really good team. They just got a kicker situation.
Yeah, that's
the kicker situation. I don't know if that will factor in on Saturday night.
It eventually will. There's going to be a moment.
I fear that it will.
How could I just don't see how it couldn't.
It reminds me, I got an email from a guy who is familiar with, what's the name of this kicker?
Robert Meyer.
Right. He's got the I don't even know I would call the Beau Pribula haircut. He's got more of like a mullet.
This Bob Meyer?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, the mullet is big time back.
So anyway, this guy's son is a college kicker. And he actually is familiar with Meyer, but it's not about Meyer so much as his confusion is how Missouri left themselves exposed as the parent of somebody who kicks in college, and he goes into the details as to why. I'll have that email for you on the other side of the commercial. I'm sorry, I have to get better at teasing, so I'm doing it. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. It would be tough for somebody to look me in the eye, assuming I'm on like a step stool, and tell me that this isn't the jam.
This is a great song.
I love this song.
It's kind of the jam. But if you had this versus Can You Stand the Rain, and you can only hear one, where are you going?
I'll go this one.
Boys to Men.
They don't sing it, though.
They don't?
No, New Edition does.
What song am I thinking of with the rain with Boys to Men? Or am I thinking of End of the Road?
You're probably thinking, Hallelujah, it's raining men after all these camping trips you go on.
Who sings that?
Is that the Weather Girls?
I don't know.
You're the one who brought it up.
What it's going to be is playing when we come back next Friday.
There you go.
The Weather Girls.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. I deep teased this. I got this email yesterday. You can always email me anything. Honestly, Jackson and I on QFTA have been looking for erotic stories, and I think we're on a 14-month drought.
Really?
Yeah.
It's disappointing.
Yeah, Hubbard Marty, who is the head of programming for, was it Keishi and 106.5 The Arch,
Yeah.
says, I really like listening to your podcast, but I always have to forward through when you two start reading erotic stories to each other. He goes, I'm just uncomfortable knowing you're in that room doing that. And you know what I have to tell you? It's fair. That's a fair observation.
Yes, it is.
It just tells me you can't manufacture chemistry. Because
Thank
I don't
you.
find it weird at all.
Yeah. If anything, I slide closer to Jackson when I read them. But this is the Team McKernan at InsideSTL.com. But this is the email I got yesterday, Doug. Tim, I have heard quite a bit of the discussion regarding Mizzou's kicking situation and Robert Meyer on TMA. I happen to have a little insight into the kicker grading and recruiting process, and then he gives the background on his kid. He doesn't want his name given, so in order to not give that away, I will redact that here. And based on his stats and hitting a 45-yarder in-game, and how the way that things work from a grading system. Based on Meyer's bio, he attended Sailor National Kicking Camps. These are considered good camps, but the Coles camps are generally considered the gold standard for recruiting. His high school stats are decent, not eye-popping, and it fails to mention his in-game long. The majority of Power 5 conferences do not go into a season with only a true freshman as their only backup. Most backups are at least a redshirt or a transfer from a lesser D1 school or D2 school. For example, Illinois has a transfer from North Carolina as a backup kicker. Auburn's backup is from Southern Miss. Bottom line is that the transfer portal makes it so easy to find a potentially reliable backup with some D1 or D2 experience. And while they are not all scholarship players, almost any backup at a D1 or starter at a D2 school would jump at the chance to be a backup in the SEC or even rostered as a preferred walk-on. While Robert Meyer will eventually be a good and talented kicker, I think it is a huge miss by Mizzou to not have recruited a legit backup to the roster after last season. Also, tell Doug it's not as easy as he seems to think. Just because kids play soccer, it doesn't mean they can kick a D1 or any level. That would be like saying a kid can hit a baseball, so therefore he should be a good golfer.
No, not what I said at all.
But like golf, kicking under pressure is an extremely mental game. I prefer my name, etc., not be mentioned. Just wanted to add some insight into the situation at Mizzou.
I'm sure the Mizzou coaches realize this is a big issue, and they're probably working with the guy more diligently than they ever have before, or maybe that they ever have with any kicker before. They probably got their special teams guy and some kicking guru out there working with him all the time. And if he thinks he's eventually going to be good, they're just going to have to speed that process up so that he's good sooner.
Yeah.
That's the only alternative they have at the moment.
And I agree with Gabe wholeheartedly that I wish that they would have taken an opportunity that second half against Louisiana to kick at least one or two more, just to get them some real game experience, even if it doesn't mean much. Like, you got it, because if push comes to shove and you're 4th and 12 from the 31-yard line and you're up by 6, you're going to want to kick a field goal. Like, that is the absolute right play. But if you have no confidence in your guy.
And that's what you saw him doing against Kansas. I mean, they were going for it on 4th and long. I think the one that stood out was at 4th and 6 from the 31.
Was
it
that the
4th
Coleman
and 10?
catch? Yeah.
No, that was the Donovan catch.
Later. Yeah.
And I'm glad to get that insight, because that's my assumption, of course, not knowing, and that is the mental element of it. Like, okay, let's go out to Faroe Field right now and just kick some balls. Fine. Let's head down to Auburn, Alabama at 9 p.m. with the game on the line against a one-loss Auburn team and a one-loss or undefeated Missouri team, and your field goal determines whether or not you remain undefeated or you lose. And you're a true freshman. And that it's just one of those things, and the analogy to golf holds up. I think it was Koepka when he was on the Ryder Cup team 2 years ago in Rome who said there are a lot of guys who say they want to be in that last singles match on Sunday to determine the Ryder Cup. He goes, I actually really do. He goes, I want that. And that's just kind of one of the things. David Freese would be the ultimate example. Some guys would go, oh, my God, I have zero interest in this moment. I think LeBron James caught a lot of hell because he would pass at key moments in the postseason.
In the Cleveland years, for sure.
Obviously Brady, if you want to go back, Elway, guys who you, and of course, Jordan and then Tiger, they have the killer instinct. But that doesn't mean just because he hasn't done it, he won't have it. It's one of those things that almost becomes calloused over in your mind by experiencing failure. The tough thing for him is he hasn't had that moment yet. And I think just from a natural skill ability with this gentleman's, who obviously I didn't know anything about these camps, he goes, it's kind of surprising that, he wasn't at that level and he is their backup, and Missouri left themselves exposed when it was something that most schools don't allow themselves to be exposed on.
Yeah. Yeah.
He does look like Plowsy. He's a little bigger.
And you like that?
6'3", 180, so he's got Plowsy by, what,
thin.
70
pounds. That's correct.
That's thin. But only by like an inch or two.
But he may turn out to be a big flop and be the reason they lose a couple games. But I think at this point it's too early to count him out and say that this guy is really going to be the downfall of the season.
But I think it's a real concern. And if you remember, Tim talked about kicking at Auburn. Harrison Mevis, who we all love, kicked a 61-yard game winner against Kansas State, missed a chip shot at Auburn to win that game the year prior.
And so I actually would present to you that the fact that he missed the kick at Auburn helped him for the 61-yard game winner, as crazy as that might sound. Now I'm thinking it through the lens of golf and pressure situations. If you've played for a lot of money or you've been lucky enough to compete at a high level, and I'm talking about, I don't know, whatever you would consider to be a high level, you kind of then you recognize the heart rate. You recognize, okay, I'm nervous, but that's part of the process. It means I care. I'm comfortable with it. It doesn't freak me out and then lead to me angling my foot a different way or taking my step a different way or angling my putter, my club a different way. You recognize it and you're comfortable with it, and it's still going to be there. It never goes away, but you're more comfortable with it. And it challenges you to take it to another level just from a macro standpoint. If we're looking at the teams, as a Missouri fan, I hate that South Carolina was beaten like they were beaten within, the last week, because I recognize from a gambling standpoint, most people are like, oh my God, Missouri means going to stomp all over them. Look how bad South Carolina is. My reason for taking Missouri is I think Missouri might be a really, really, really good team. They just aren't a brand name, kind of like what I was saying about Texas Tech and Illinois. So along those lines, inevitably, I feel like they're just going to have a situation where he's going to need to make a kick. It could be this Saturday, and hopefully he will. Just because he struggled in warm-ups and he missed a kick against Louisiana does not mean he is bad. But from a planning standpoint, with this gentleman whose son is now playing and went to these camps, says, he goes, it's really easy these days to make sure you have a backup with some experience, and he's surprised Missouri didn't have that. That's what his point is. That doesn't mean he will be bad. That doesn't mean he will be good. It just means, as far as the things that you can control, they could have controlled that and not left themselves exposed. Your thoughts are welcome. 314-399-9646. Doug, is there anything that Doug needs to tell us about Jackson?
Our friend, Big
Mark
ILL.
Milton. Yeah, ILL.
Sure, but I'm concerned if Missouri's got too many guys making big money in NIL. Are they doing the right thing with their taxes?
Yes.
If not, they ought to call Mark Milton. He's got all the answers for them. Or for you. You don't have to be an NIL millionaire for Mark Milton to take care of you. Absolutely not. But maybe you've got unfiled tax returns bothering you, or bank levies, wage garnishments, that kind of thing. Or you may even be facing an IRS criminal investigation. And if that's the case, you have got some real issues with the godforsaken tax man. That's where Mark Milton comes in. You can contact him at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton at STLTaxLawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Mark started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. That means this guy is one of the absolute best in the country at what he does, and now he's right here in St. Louis to help you if you have any kind of tax problems at all. He helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax issues and helps them say, nope, I'm not guilty, I'm with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
There it is. You can also email in for our Design, Air, Heating, Cooling email today, which is coming up. It's TMA 101 ESPN. What wonderful weather we have gotten in the second half of August and really up until about 5 days ago, the first half of September. And if you have worked with aesthetic design and build, you are enjoying your outdoor living space. If you're thinking, man, I would like to have an outdoor living space, I'd like to recommend Aesthetic Design and Build online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Dan and his team have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley. I've been there. They walk me through all the different types of custom work they're capable of doing, from a full-on custom deck to adding on a pergola, or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They really do have answers for it all. And they really are a design company as well, and they can think outside the box and offer unique solutions and designs for your outdoor living projects. If you are ready to take your outdoor space to the next level, Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build have you covered. Call them at 636-532-5008 or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you their way. You hear that little thunderstorm effect? That's fun.
I did, yeah.
It's great production.
Doug, you did a choreographed dance to this at your wedding, right?
Oh, absolutely. The entire wedding party did.
Flash mob before it was a flash mob.
That's right.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. How about this I get? It's all about reading my emails to T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. That's essentially what we're doing here. I just wanted to pass along some nice words for James Carlton and his team. I had reached out to them last year, and they weren't able to help me at that time, but one of his agents followed up with me in the last few weeks, and they were able to get me great coverage at a very substantial savings. So thanks to them, not just for the extra cash I will now have to spend on bottle service, but also for the fantastic customer service involved in following up with me unprompted when they knew it would be a more auspicious time. You like that, Doug? Bottle service and auspicious, same sentence.
I don't mind it in this case.
I don't have a cool text name, but you can use my first name if you like. But the email comes from without a name. Something love. Not like boy love or something, but
Butterbean love?
Yeah, it could be Butterbean love now that you mention it. Either way, wonderful sentiment. James Carlton's my insurance agent. He called me last night about some business. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. That's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Here is Beau Pribula. Doug, you call him Beau Heisman?
I do, yeah. Beau Heisman.
Talking about how he visualizes the entire game while practicing.
I think, it goes back to when I first got here, just trying to learn the offense. I would, walk through, pretty much every play in our offense with one of our offensive coaches in any way I can. And before every practice, every game, I'll walk through every play on that script in the practice, look at, what the defense is scripted and kind of visualize what that is and just going through every single progression and just kind of seeing it before it happens. So then when I'm out on the field, it's not my first time running it, in my brain, your brain doesn't really know the difference between reality and what you're really imagining. So when I'm out there, it's really the second or third time I'm going through that. And I think that just makes everything easier just because I prepared like I was a starter at Penn State too. And that was really, key for me because it's all a mindset really. You have to put yourself into that, and it's made the transition to being a starter, full-time starter, a lot easier because I don't have to change anything. I've been doing that process for a couple of years now.
That was a very mature answer, wasn't it?
Sure was.
I love that answer. Tom Brady talked about something recently, and I'm not obviously comparing Beau Pribula to Tom Brady, but he talked about what made me great was my prep. It wasn't my arm was great, but it wasn't like I was fast like some of these guys. He was like, I would watch tape like crazy. I would visualize. So he was like, I knew who'd be open before the game started. I'd look over the line of scrimmage, see who the defense was in, and I know who'd be open. And that's how I was great, not because of anything else.
Yeah, that's how it usually works for the great ones. They know who's going to be open.
Right.
Every time they throw, you go, well, why was that guy wide open? Well, give the quarterback some credit for knowing he was going to be wide open.
And that's prep. That's watching film. That's prep.
I really was impressed by that answer, I have to say.
And that's why we call him Beau High.
Beau Heisman?
Or Beau High.
Do you worry that Beau Heisman will split the vote with Ahmad Hardy and that'll open up the door for John Mateer to claim it for Boomer Sooner?
I haven't thought it through quite that.
Well, we just talked about how important the great ones utilize prep. Yeah. Maybe this is a good learning moment for you.
Yeah, seriously. Message
then I'll say, no, I don't worry about it. There, I prepared for it. Now I'm not worried about it.
I mean, if John Mateer finishes first and then Beau Heisman finishes second and Ahmad Hardy finished third,
they'll be crushed.
See? Like the 2009 Cy Young Award when Tim Lincecum finished second and then Lincecum finished first. Did Wainwright finish second and Carpenter finish third?
Something like that.
Would you say Tim is the Beau Pribula or Ahmad Hardy of this show?
I'll say he's the Hardy. He's the hard charging, hard driving, stockily built.
But the thing is with Hardy, if he goes down, you like what you have in Jamal Roberts. I don't think we have a Jamal Roberts type that could fill in if Tim goes down.
Yeah, Jackson's more of a Matt Zollers. He's got the ability.
I got Drew Pine written all over me. No offense to Mr. Pine.
Where is he? Bowling Green now?
Yeah, I think so. Him and he takes the Basilak route.
Gosh, and he started at Notre Dame, and now he's all the way down.
This
to
video
Bowling Green.
always surfaces of him on the phone with his OC at Notre Dame, and it's a shot of Pine on the phone, just kind of just taking it, and it cuts to the Notre Dame guy in the booth. And he's just ripping him. He's just shredding him.
You know who's wide open with good prep? Kai. That's who. Thanks. That's the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. And Doug, you already hit him with a suspension and a tariff.
You know, you got a tariff of 8. I cut it down to 8%.
That's the sponsorship tariff discount. All right, time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Coming up next, this is 101 ESPN.
Hey, this is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. Cardinals, Reds, today, 12:15. Andre Palante on the mound for the Cardinals. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. See them at wandoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Check out that Brandon Pryor in 100 West Dental on Manchester and Baldwin. He just built brand new offices. And I've been there. Most modern technology you're going to find in a dentist's office. And if you are interested, just go to 100westdental.com. No phone calls needed to get in. Check the calendar online at 100westdental.com and book right then and there. If you don't have dental insurance, it's not a problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. It's 100westdental.com. They have a huge offer going on right now. If you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental, 100westdental.com, or you can call 636-585-0100. And if you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100 West Dental online at 100westdental.com with the great Dr. Brandon Pryor and his staff. Time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Okay. Riot's dad is your leader at this minute. Hey, guys. It's me. I know how you guys miss me. I miss you, too. I'm writing this from the big North City garbage truck in the sky. Met the big guy yesterday. Met him upstairs. He's a big fan of the show. Not talking about the Lord. Talking about my boss, Walter. His office is on the second floor. He's got the Sugarfoot, and he's fat AF. But he loves this show.
What's the Sugarfoot?
I think that's diabetes.
Diabetes?
Really? Oh.
Heard you guys got the best ratings with women who like other women ages 25 to 40. And a perfect record on the road if you don't count when the golf cart unplugged the power cord at the Champions Tour and the freelance producer had to go solo for a few minutes and just nervously read the text line while Movie Boy scrambled yanking on fulcrums and levers. Fulcrums, Doug?
Yeah, some machines.
The time where Paul Thomas Burkett allowed the set at Shark Bar to crash down onto Tim. Or the time where you guys tried the cutting edge idea of playing your show and another show at the same time at Live from the Dotem. It's nice here. There's no coworkers punching me in the face with a perpetual cloud of stale Salem smoke. iPads stay fully charged. No impromptu firings that Tim has to have a hostage negotiation to save me from. And everyone leaves me alone about my cute little undersized hat backwards, kicked to the side, and perched ever so daintily on the top of my head. See you on the other side. That's from Gangster Pete. Oh, Pete, I miss you, boy.
Gangster Pete. Oh, Pete, I miss you, boy.
Everybody knows what Iggy shoots in golf and how much I love Jackson. My coworkers say uncomfortably so. Imagine Dragons are fine with some catchy music, but comparing them to One Republic is a travesty. Lead singer Ryan Tedder is a gifted musician and songwriter. Did Imagine Dragons write Adele's Rumor Has It? Tedder did. How about Beyonce's Bleeding Love, Jonas Brothers' Sucker, Gavin DeGraw's Not Over You, Miley Cyrus's Angels Like You? All Ryan Tedder. One Republic music is really good and the live performances are outstanding. It's about time that Jackson gave him some respect. That's from Shooter McGavin, the Vice President of Las Vegas Solitude Vacations.
Shooter McGavin, VP, Las Vegas Solitary Vacation.
That's correct, Solitude. A leopard doesn't change its spots. The heck with culture expectations, social standards, customs, traditions, and social conventions. This wildcat right here ain't shaving her underarms, period.
No.
Doug, that's from Midge.
Midge. Not shaving because a leopard doesn't change its spots?
That's correct. And finally, I don't think enough people in media appreciate the sheer stamina it takes to run a 4-hour internet, radio, YouTube, HD4 drive time show that is, in essence, a world-class celebration of not doing a radio show. The first 3 hours were a masterclass, just an endless splash graphic promising be right back after the break, paired with some tinny bumper music and a heroic commitment to rehashing what's already been hashed, like Groundhog Day, but with more seasonal berry sponsorships. Each return from break was a sort of a recap of the discussion you had before the break, essentially giving us a second chance to experience the very moment we had just lived. And then came the crescendo, the fourth hour. The curtain lifted, the music swelled. Jackson made an ass of himself, trying to rattle off the date of a movie in hopes of impressing Tim, and then you triumphantly announced, we're behind on breaks. I got goosebumps, guys. You guys don't just do breaks. You live them. You stretch them. You make them the main act. Other shows foolishly waste time on sports conversations that are in season and journalists who don't live in the heart of Herculaneum. But this show knows the truth. The break is the product. If you tuned in for in-season sports talk, that's on you. If you tuned in for We'll Be Right Back, you were fed like a king, and I am stuffed. Like that's from Riot's dad.
Gosh.
What's up with every restaurant in St. Louis closing the doors before the 10 o'clock news starts? That's what we have for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling Man. What you got?
I'm going to go for Gangster Pete because I feel sorry for Walt, who's got the sugar foot.
I'll go Riot's dad.
Gangster Pete.
Wow, puts me to the test. I thought Riot's dad was the best. I got to go with Riot's dad.
Lucas.
Congratulations. You have won the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. We got to go. Bye.